I think it's this one. Yes, it is. Turn that off. Now we should be good. Yep. Yeah. Joe or Lisa, Erica, can someone just give me an indication that you can hear us?
We can hear you.
Great. Thank you, friends. Okay. All right. How do I get rid of this thingy? Nicholas, how do I get rid of this thing?
Do an escape? Can you click? Is that?
I'm afraid that that'll. Oh.
Yeah. There we go.
Ah, okay, cool.
It's fine.
All right.
I already see them.
Do you?
Chipmunk and my bird feeder, my cat at the window.
Well, it is 5 o'clock.
Right, so he'll just have to remain amplified.
All here. We same. That tonight.
Yeah? Is that you singing?
Alanis Morissette's Uninvited on a loop.
Ooh.
So sorry.
All right, everybody. Well, it is a little bit after 5, and I'll call this special meeting of the City Council to order on Tuesday, April 11th, 2023. All city councilors are present for this special session to discuss real estate under executive session. Before we go into executive session, I did want to give anybody an opportunity to disclose a direct or indirect personal or financial conflict of interest that would merit disclosure or recusal for the matter that we're about to discuss. So for instance, if you've invested in either of the parties that have submitted bids, now would be the time to make that disclosure.
What do you mean by like? Because I've given to the partnership. Is that what you mean by that?
Well, for the purpose of this transaction?
No.
Okay, then I'd say that's probably not a conflict of interest. That's a general. All right, so I'm seeing that no disclosures and no conflicts. That takes us to an executive session. So is there a motion for findings to find that premature general public knowledge would clearly place the public body or a person involved at a substantial disadvantage?
So moved.
Mayor, might I suggest that there's an executive session planned for the end of on litigation at the regular meeting. I'm wondering if time permits, we do findings for that in case there's an opportunity to address it now or no?
Sure, yeah. Is there, and findings for litigation
In
as
case
well?
in case there's time to get to it.
So moved part 2.
Okay. There's a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed?
Nay.
The ayes have it. The motion carries. Is there a motion to enter executive session, including the city manager and parties to,
Michelle Hebert
yep,
and parties to the transaction.
and parties to the transaction?
So moved.
Yeah. So there's a motion. Is there a second? Second by Councilor Schoenbell? I'll take it. Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? The ayes have it.
So.
And they noted.
So Danny is here from Fox Market, right? So are we just looking for guidance on whom I'm bringing into this breakout room?
So my understanding was they were all gonna be in person, but they're.
I don't see Danny.
He's right there.
No, that's not Danny.
It's Danny Goodman.
Zoom meeting, so.
Okay, all right, well, I'm going into the breakout room then.
So
Danny is not from Fox Market.
Nope.
Hey, does anybody know what's happening in this meeting, or how to get into a breakout room?
Hey, Jesse, it's Lisa. Council's in executive session right now, so I think we're just on hold until they come back. And they'll probably be in executive session for a while.
So
Okay,
should
thank
we
you.
just leave until 7 and come back at 7?
That's what I'm gonna do.
Okay.
I don't think anything will happen after they get back. They'll just, they could be in executive session a while. So
Yeah,
7 will be the regular meeting.
Okay,
did
cool.
I,
Thank you.
did they say when they were gonna do proposals? I thought that they were gonna give proposals at 5 or something, but I could have
Um,
had it.
Yeah, so I think council was gonna hear the proposals in executive session at 5. And
Uh-huh.
then they're gonna do a public presentation during the regular meeting. And I think it's on the agenda after the consent agenda, so
Okay,
I'm not
cool.
sure when exactly that's gonna come up, but
Awesome.
yeah, that'll be coming up soon, and so we'll get to see everything there.
I'll
Awesome,
see
cool.
everybody
All
at
right, thanks
7.
for the info. Appreciate you. Bye-bye.
You bet, see you soon.
All right, council, we are back in public session. The cameras the mics are live.
I would move to come out of executive session.
Second.
Mr. Mayor,
There's a motion,
could you?
oh, yeah.
Just,
There's a motion to exit by Counselor Lozon, the second by Counselor Sam Stockwell at
6:56.
I'm sorry, 6:56, yeah. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? The ayes have it. And then we need to adjourn this.
Want to recess for?
Well, I mean.
I don't care.
They're two separate meetings, so we have to adjourn.
Oh, okay.
And then we get, unless you want to recess before we adjourn?
Yeah, do that, and then, yeah.
Okay, so let's,
Oh, we did have our special,
yeah, we warned
Yeah,
this as a special
It was a
meeting,
special
so.
and then a regular
and then our
council.
regular.
Right.
Motion,
Second.
motion to adjourn by Counselor Deering, second by Counselor Wazazak. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, we are adjourned at 6:57. All right.
Do we want to reconvene at 7 and then recess, or are we just going to start the meeting a couple minutes?
How much time does everybody need?
It's basically, let's call
I
it
could use the
7,
bathroom too.
call it
so
7:15.
Let's call it 7:10.
7:10, okay.
Can we do a 10-minute recess?
It'll be 13. Everyone listening online, the council just got out of a 2-hour executive session. So we are going to take about a 15-minute break here, and the regularly scheduled programming will start around 7:10. So the mics and cameras are going to go off for the next 10-ish minutes, and then we're going to reconvene.
A little bit up here, you're more than welcome to come forward, so, yeah. All right. And with that, it is 7:10. I apologize for a little bit of the delay. We were just a little bit behind in our executive session, but I'll call this Berry City Council meeting to order this Tuesday, April 11th at 7 p.m. Council present tonight, we have Councilor Deering, Councilor Schonbell, Councilor Booton, Councilor Wazazak, Councilor Stockwell, and Councilor Lozon. I'm Mayor Hemrick. The staff joining us tonight, we have City Manager Strelly Castro, Clerk Treasurer Dawes,
And who the heck knows?
and you know who's
Janet's, I know
joining us?
Janet's online.
So we have Planning, Permitting, and Assessment Director Jenna
Ryan's
Shatney,
online.
Ryan Starr, our IT support, and
Don and Assistant City Manager Monahan and Public Works Director Baker will be on later if they're not already on.
right.
Someone's saying no sound?
Yeah, well, I know some folks can hear us online. Someone else said the sound.
Can somebody give me a thumbs up to see if they're getting sound? Oh, I see a thumbs up. Great.
Yeah,
All right.
okay.
So tonight's agenda is available online and in the back of the room. The meeting has been publicly posted, is being recorded, and subject to Vermont's open meeting law and the council's rules of procedure, which are available online. I'd like to offer a warm welcome to everybody joining us tonight. And to those joining us online, please keep in mind that the chat function should only be used for technical issues or difficulties. If there's ongoing conversation, you may be ejected from the meeting. The city offers online access as a convenience, and we will continue this meeting if any technical difficulties occur. Please raise your hand if you'd like to be recognized. I'll call on speakers in order, allowing those who haven't spoken yet to speak first, and limiting time if necessary to do the city's business. If you're speaking here in person, please speak in the microphone. Otherwise, people online won't be able to hear you. So if you are here to address the council, we'll ask you that you come forward. For those of you online, please keep yourself muted, and but then raise your hand and I'll recognize you and you can unmute to speak. I'd ask that everybody state their name for the record. And if you have any questions about process or procedure tonight, please ask and we will get it sorted. And I want to thank everyone in advance for participating in a civil way. I know people have a lot to share, and we do ask that any person avoid making statements that would be personal, impertinent, slanderous, threatening, profane. That's just not going to be accepted. And I will ask you to leave the meeting if you do that. So.
And Mr. Mayor, I would just add for folks listening online, if you, there is a raise your hand function. If you go to the reactions button on the bottom of your screen and click on your reactions button, there's a raise hand function. If you can't get it to work, just indicate in the chat that you're having troubles and we will do our best to keep track of you and make sure you're heard.
Thank you, Councilor Wazazak. And with that, that takes us to our second item on the agenda, adjustments to the agenda. Manager Strelly Castro?
Thank you, Mayor. I have one request and adjustment to add a item 2-A, which is a special presentation from Secretary of State Copeland Henzis.
All right.
I'm sorry, where was that added?
2A.
Thank
2A.
you.
Immediately after.
Yep, thank you.
We have a presentation from the Secretary of State. Councilors, are there other adjustments to the agenda? Councilor Booton?
Yep, can we push approval for the fees and paving bid to the consent agenda?
Fees and paving bid to the consent agenda. Councilors, are there objections to pushing that up to the consent agenda? All right. Manager-
But could we ask a question? Maybe we shouldn't. No, never mind. That sounds fine.
Well, no, I think it's fair. If you want to discuss it, then I would lead. Is there one that you want to discuss, Councilor Stockwell?
I just wanted to discuss River Street briefly, which I think is an excellent idea.
For the paving, let's leave the paving contract on since it's our manager is paving the day today on that one. And that'll take us to item 2A unless there's any other adjustments to the agenda. All right, hearing and seeing none, that takes us to a presentation from our Secretary of State, Sarah Copeland Henzis. Welcome.
Good evening, Berry City Council, and thank you for this opportunity to sneak in at the beginning of what I think will be a packed agenda. It's an honor to be here, and it's an honor to be here with so many folks online and in here with us tonight, because I come with a very special recognition for someone who I know you all know and probably join me in thinking very highly of. I'm coming tonight with an award from the National Association of Secretaries of State. It is the Medallion Award, and it's created to honor individuals or groups with an established record of promoting the goals of the National Association in the area of elections, with special emphasis on voter education and participation. Carol Dawes is well known to voters and officials in Berry City for her years of service as Berry City Clerk and Treasurer. Voters in Berry know they can count on Carol to oversee smooth elections and annual meetings, and she's a trusted source of information when voters are confused about a new process. And she's routinely asked for information on the issues and the candidates on the ballot, which I'm sure she handles with professional neutrality. But as it is a testament to the high esteem people hold her in that they would ask for such advice from her. What fewer Berry City residents may know is the important position Carol has held in the Vermont Municipal Clerks and Treasurers Association. For the past few years, Carol has been the chair of the legislative committee for the association, and in that capacity, she has passionately represented the views of clerks across Vermont, advocating in the legislature for statutory changes that make it easier for clerks to perform their duties, while also serving as an expert resource for our citizen legislators and to our office, the Secretary of State's office, on many legislative issues over the years. Her deep understanding of the duties and functions of the clerk's office, along with her steady demeanor, patience, and good humor, have made her a highly respected and sought-after witness in legislative committees. And I have a quote from the Secretary of State's Elections Director, Will Senning, who said, "During my 10 years as Director of Elections, Carol has been an invaluable resource, colleague, and most importantly, a friend. She's never hesitated to help me solve a problem, to let me know what we're doing well and what we could be doing better, and to be a sounding board for ideas. I have grown to value her knowledge and perspective regarding election administration as highly as that of anyone else I work with here in Vermont or nationally. The citizens of Berry City owe her a great debt for her service to the city. Thank you, Carol."
Thank you, Carol.
I'm so glad you were here to make
And there are now 2 seats up front.
Thank you. Any words of wisdom?
We got an election coming up on May 9th. That's the only thing I gotta say. I'm flabbergasted. No.
But so deserved.
Thank you. Thank you to all.
Oh, Carol.
And with that, that takes us to visitors and communications. This is an opportunity for anyone to speak to items that are not on the agenda tonight. If you would like to speak to an item that is on the agenda tonight, I'll give an opportunity for public comment during that, and I do see Mr. Atwood. Yeah.
And we have Erica online as well.
And then Erica Rail after that. So, hey, John. All right.
I'm Charlie Atwood. I'm the chair of the, was chair of the CCC committee, Civic Center Committee.
I'm John Balzan-Jackum. I'm on the committee. I was a former chair of it, and also years ago, chair of the rec board.
Okay. Well, we'd like to briefly address, I know there's a lot of people here and you have some other things coming up. We'd like to address the reorganization for the committees that you guys have recently talked about. We were sent a list of the proposed committee realignment. And I appreciate the concept behind what you guys are trying to do. There's a lot of committees out there. Their functions are very broad. Honestly, probably some committees that don't have good attendance and so forth. And I'd like to talk to you real quickly about the CCC. We're a good group of, we were 8 strong. We had people come to pretty much all our meetings. I think we're a very effective group, and I'm concerned about diluting it a little bit by merging it with the rec department. I want to tell you a little bit about what the CC has going on. Right now, we're dealing with the Norwich Senior Project, which we reached out to Norwich. We have probably 15 of their seniors working on making plans, recommendations of how to improve the facility, which is really quite a scope of work. We also have recently been fortunate enough to get the Sanders earmark funds. I think that's about $3.4 million with a significant matching portion of it, which we are trying to work on to get some funds for that. We also have a lot of marketing going on up there. We have the dashers and the banners are completely full. I think that's a unique situation in committees because we're actually generating revenue. From that revenue, we have a CCC fund that we're looking to do some facility improvements up there. We put in some new rugs, we just did some painting, we did some audio video equipment up there. And so that's keeping us pretty busy. We also are, after COVID, we're trying to reestablish some connections with some of the renters, and we're trying to bring in a new, not a new, but one of the renters in every week. I know I saw Tracy earlier with the Berry Partnership. She did a great job on the craft show. Want to bring her back, want to bring the Spalding AD, people like that who use the facility. And, I feel like that's a lot on our plate. I feel that we're very busy. We meet for an hour and a half once a month. It's a struggle to, like, as you guys know, it's a struggle to get everything done in that meeting. And so I'd like to ask if that decision to combine us with the indoor rec could be reconsidered. I would propose potentially, I know that you wanted to have a buildings, facility, and indoor rec department. I would like to propose maybe if you could limit that to the buildings and facilities, which our current group could look after. And then since we do have an outdoor rec portion, that you combine the indoor and the outdoor rec. I feel that, we have a lot on our plate. We're very busy, especially with the funding coming up. There's going to be a lot of decisions, a lot of time spent on that. And I'm worried that we could get to everything. So, anything to add?
Yeah, I was here a couple weeks ago with Art Desro, and clearly you didn't convince everybody. Didn't do a great job, but the timing of this is just, the committee as a whole, I think we're all just concerned because we see this almost as a culmination of the earmark money, because for years we worked with the staff. Let me go back to get that grant. We have been working every year. We have we go through the list. We look at what the needs are, the facilities up there are. We rate them. So this has been going on for years. My 18 years, we've done that. I think every year we've been very diligent about that. And one of the major discussions we've always had, we had a lot of pressure from the city, get more renters up there. But it's like chicken for the egg. How do you get more renters if the building needs so much work? Every time we bring prospective renters in there, you can't use it in the summer, no air conditioning. You got really poor bathrooms. That was a big negative. The kitchen's outdated, doesn't work. So we're getting pressure to bring renters, but we need work on facilities. So now with the Norwich, the timing couldn't be better. The Norwich project, and we're going to be meeting with them Friday afternoon, and then with the earmark money, and we're working to figure out how to get the matching for the earmark. It's a lot of work and a lot of time, and people on the committee are vested, right? I mean, this is a lot of work by a lot of people over a lot of years, and we see it coming. And the timing of this is just bad for us. Not to say these other issues aren't important, but this has been we've never had an issue with membership of this committee. We've never had, I can't recall ever having to not have a meeting because of lack of quorum. People go above and beyond our meetings. meeting with the renters, meeting with, trying to think outside the box. Every time the city came to us, said, we need this up there, but you guys got to figure out. We took that on, and it's a lot of work. And we just like to see this point in time with this project, this money, and there's our meetings, hour and a half is really not enough. And to get sidetracked on something else right now, I understand we're just advisory committee, but like I said, you've got a group of people who really want to see this happen and really willing to do the extra effort and taking on extra responsibilities right now. I think we'd lose members because we just don't have the time because we work and we meet at 8 o'clock in the morning on Tuesdays, which we're willing to sacrifice the time for work because it's a worthy cause, but it's really not an hour and a half because by the time you get back to work and get started, we're out over 2 hours. So that's all we're asking. We understand what you're trying to do. We're not trying to be difficult. It's just timing.
Thank you, John. Manager Sterling Castro?
If I can make one last comment, I apologize, but I did talk, Linda Kuchar is the chair of the Indirect. She couldn't make it tonight. We had conversations with her. She does understand. She's a little concerned where she would fit in with her committee.
Yeah, and Charlie stole my thunder. I was going to say this, Charlie, Linda, they've been really, they came to me with these concerns. I think they're really well placed. I think they're very fair. I really appreciate that they reached out in good faith about it. And I was just going to mention the same thing that I talked to Linda and Charlie about transitioning the rec committee to what now became the cemetery's outdoor recreation and conservation committee and just letting it be recreation period. And I did talk to Charlie about maintaining the name for this committee, stripping out the indoor recreation, because I also think that not to put too much on your plate, but they've done a great job at the Civic Center. There's other facilities where we could really probably use some of their expertise and their energy. So
That would be your goal of expanding.
Yeah, so I just want to give that additional context that I really think it's really well thought out proposal, and that I was going to mention that Linda has been involved and agrees with this direction.
Great. Would there be any objection from council to pull the approval of amendments to staff and committee appointments as item 4J on the consent agenda down to new business so that we can make amendments to that and put it as the last item?
Yeah, as long as it's after all the Wheelock stuff, because I want to make sure everyone who's here gets heard.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. So no objections? Thank you for your comments.
Thank you for your time. Thank you.
And for public comments, I know we have a packed agenda and that went on a little bit longer, so I'm going to limit it to the 2 minutes now, and I'm sorry for not being equal on that. Erica Rail.
Thank you. My name is Erica Rail. I'm at 31 Bassett Street. I'm talking to you as chair of the Homeless Task Force. I just wanted to bring your attention that currently right now with the hotel exiting happening in May, they are looking at 40% of the homeless folks that are being housed in the hotels in Washington County. They are exiting roughly 160 people from the hotels. Currently, there are looking at really folks have no plans of where folks are going to be housed. All the shelters are currently full. So they are looking at where are folks going to be? They're going to be on the streets. Currently Montpelier, Berlin, and I'm looking at Barrie as well. There are really no plans about where folks are going to be. Montpelier is looking at a camping plan. Berlin, as far as I know, does not have a camping plan of safely for folks to camp. And I believe that Barrie does not have a camping plan. In July, all folks will be exited from hotels and they'll go back to reconstructing the old hotel plan, the hotels. So all folks that are in COVID restrictions for hotels will be exited. So I know that there are plans being looked at, but right now, I just want to make people aware that there's going to be an emergency of folks exiting hotels. And in the past, it's been looked at that the task force did not make council aware of what's going on with the homeless. And I want to make council aware. Thank you.
Thank you for keeping us in the loop, Erica. Sarah Holman?
Hi. So I actually have a question about Canales Park. I'm just curious if there's any information. I've noticed some clearing happening down in there, and I'm just wondering if what the full plan is and what's going on down there. I don't know if the manager has any information on that or not. So that's my question.
Information, Manager Sterling Castro, Councilor Booton?
Do you think it might be GMT? Is it, not GMT, Green Mountain Power, GM?
What I was gonna guess, but I'd have to check. Yeah.
So it sounds like something they can loop back with in an email.
Can I
think
just
that-
add one quick thing to that? I'm happy it's happening. There's a lot of dead trees in that park that really need to come down. They're going to be a hazard. I guess there are people that use that park, and I think the city should really look at clearing out a lot of the dead trees that are in there and the branches that are broken, and a lot of damage in there. So to the trees. So it'd be great if we could get those out of there.
Well, thank you for raising that concern, Sarah. And I've also heard that Elmwood Cemetery has some branches down too. Right. Joellen Mulvaney?
Hi, Joellen Mulvaney from Pleasant Street. The dead trees are what are being worked on, and
Can't hear you, Joe Ellen.
Okay.
Coming in really faint.
Now she's muted.
And now you're muted.
Hear me now?
It's a little faded. But you were saying something about the trees. If you can.
Well, in the past, the Boy Scouts have been and other scouts have been working on that property. The wetland is tries to. It's good to keep the wetland as natural as possible, but there are a lot of dead trees, and I'm assuming that they're going to take the trees, take care of the downed trees.
So possible opportunity to work with the Boy Scouts on that area. Thank you, Joellen. And I was on a panel with your daughter-in-law today, so that was fun. Amy Gelford.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, I'll try to be quick. And if some of this is going to be covered in the city manager's update, then he can certainly do it there. Thank you for street cleaning. It made a real difference, and that's great. Shout out to the fire department and the water distribution crews for making the recent fire no worse than it was. I'd love to get an update on Green Up Day and on the yard waste collection. Spring's coming really early this year. A few years ago, we had pickup options where Green Up bags could be picked up, not just dropped off downtown, but picked up around town, which is helpful for large items. If that's ever an option again, that would be great. It doesn't make sense to have the city crews driving up and down all the streets to gather those from an environmental perspective. But there is an app that Green Up Day has, and then we also have the See Click Fix app now for the city. So if there's some way for large object cleanup for Green Up Day, that would be great. And then I would suggest adding to the agenda, if it's not already part of the city manager's plan, kind of an introduction before the presentations about the purchasers, because I just think there's been a lot of different confusion about what is actually the topic and where city council is on the decision-making process on this. I've been following it pretty closely with the Wheelock Building for the last 5 years, but I feel confused about where things are. So I think that would be helpful just to give like a 5-minute overview so everybody's on the same page and the presenters can focus on the future.
Yeah, Amy, that's helpful to get that table setting in context. I think we can do that. On Green Up Day, Gwen Fredrickson at the school district is our Green Up Day coordinator. She's coordinated with city staff right now to arrange for the dumpster and.
Yeah, so thanks, Amy. We're talking right now. We've been working with the team here the last week to coordinate all that. I like the idea about having some sort of centralized locations besides the dumpster that's behind City Hall here. We'll work with the Public Works Director to see if we can do that. But it's all in the works. We're going to be coordinating and participating as we have in the past.
And bags are supposed to be here in City Hall by the end of the week.
Yes.
Thank you.
And I'm sorry, the spring, the yard waste pickup is in planning stages with Public Works as well. So we should have I should have more information at the next council meeting, if not sooner, on the website. But
And also a good thing to keep in mind is that the city does have a burn ban and requires burn permits and does not allow burning of vegetation because of all the smoke in the neighborhoods. So keep that in mind. With that, that takes us to the consent agenda unless there's any other items for visitors and communications for an item not on the agenda. All right, hearing and seeing none, that takes us to our consent agenda. We have approval of the minutes of the regular city council meeting of Tuesday, March 28, 2023. We have ratification of the warrants the week of April 5th, 2023. Approval of the city warrants of the week of April 12th, 2023. Clerk's offices, licenses, permits, none of those. Ratification of the American Legion August 5th coin drop. Ratification of the application for an AARP microgrant for community gardens. Approval of the 2023 local emergency operation plan that assists the city in terms of a playbook and when any disasters happen. Authorization of the application for a passive safety and training grant, which is passive is our insurer. Authorization to execute a contract with Sullivan and Powers as the city's independent auditor. Acceptance of a transit-oriented development grant award, which is a $100K no match grant to the city to do downtown transit-oriented development planning, and the appointment of the manager as the city's representative to the Board of Prospect Heights Development and Corporation, which is an organization that will be facilitating potential development up off Prospect Street. All right. Is there a motion?
So moved.
There's a motion by Councilor Schaumburg. I'll call it a second by Councilor Stockwell. Any further discussion? All right. Any comments from the public on the consent agenda? All right. Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? The ayes have it. The consent agenda is unanimously adopted. That takes us to item 5, the city clerk and treasurer's report.
Just as I mentioned before, we have an election coming up on May 9th. It's for the Barry Unified Union School District budget vote. We will be voting at the old Labor Hall because the Civic Center isn't available that day. It's being rented out for one of the rental events that Charlie and John were talking about earlier. So we'll be at the Labor Hall. We'll have lots of signage up to direct people that way, and I'm putting stuff out on Front Porch Forum, and the school's getting the word out. Ballots are now available and will be going out in the mail by the end of the week to everybody who voted early absentee at the town meeting election. So we've got about 700 of them or so that will be going out in the mail, 600 or so that'll be going out in the mail by the end of the week. People can also, if you didn't vote early absentee and you would like to, call the office. We'll send you a ballot. You can stop into the office and vote, or you can vote at the Labor Hall. Polls will be open from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. on May 9th. And that's all I have.
Thank you. Any questions for Clerk Treasurer Dawes?
Can we do signs for to direct people to Old Labor Hall?
There will be signage up at the Civic Center. We're required to have signage up there. If we're using an alternative location, we're required to have signage up there. So yes.
Any additional questions? Hearing and seeing none, that takes us to our Liquor and Cannabis Control Board. We do have some liquor licenses, right?
Yeah,
So-
and I actually do have a couple changes in what I had sent around to you. The list we have for approval this evening includes Delicate Decadence, Denty's Market, Gusto's, Ladder One Grill, Mulligan's, the Paramount Theater, Corey Kitchen and Spirits, Reynolds House, and Spencer's Discount Tobacco. It also includes Forget Me Not Flowers and Gifts and Jerry's Sports Tavern, who have come into compliance since I sent this memo out on Friday. We've gotten all their paperwork and their local fees. So those are ones that I'm recommending approval without conditions because they have met all of our conditions. We do also have a list of organizations that are either still haven't filed their applications online or still haven't paid their local fees. I'm asking for approval contingent upon the submission of applications and or receipt of fees. Since we are not meeting again until the 25th and all liquor licenses expire the end of this month, I'd like to be able to release them as they come in to me. So that would be approval contingent upon getting the outstanding stuff. And that's the American Legion, Cornerstone, Elks Lodge, Morse Block Deli, Pearl Street Pizza, and Rossini LLC. So those are my recommendations.
And on the contingent list, they'll still go through all the regular staff.
They've already gone through, they've already received police department approval, fire department approval, all the other bits and pieces, so.
Do you need two motions or?
In my memo, I had put just one motion.
Okay, that is
Yeah.
on there.
Is there particular wording you need for that motion?
I'll just copy it.
All right. Is there a
Councilor Lozon said so moved, I'm assuming.
So
yes.
moved as recommended.
Second.
Motion and a second. All those in, any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? The ayes have it. One abstention noted. The liquor permits are approved as recommended. That takes us to our city manager's report.
Thanks, Mayor. I'll try to breeze through these since we have a bunch of people to hear from tonight.
I think they're here for you.
The lot of water main break activity this last week. Part of it was due to the fire downtown, but also some valve work. So I know folks may have seen some discolored water. Luckily, no boil water advisories as a result of the valve stuff. But just a reminder, sometimes you'll see sediment in your water. If you don't see a boil water advisory on our social media website, you can still drink the water. Just run it, and the sediment will go. As Councilor Booton likes to say, the sediment is what you pay for in the fancy water bottles anyway, so it's good for you.
I don't remember saying that.
I heard you say
I think I remember that.
Mineral water, that mineral water.
I remember that. And then I'll skip through a couple here. Just the committee reset update. So I have reached out to all the former chairs of the merged committees and asked for organizational meetings to be held. We haven't held any yet, so the old committees are not meeting. The only committees meeting are the ones that were not impacted by changes, so that's cow pasture, D&E, homelessness, and the PAC. Those are the only non-mandated committees that are able to meet at this moment. And so I've spoken to the chairs looking to get organizational meetings, looking to get people's interest in continuing in those new board bodies. Because the next step will be appointments and reappointments in June that we have to start advertising for. Capital Planning Forum in Barrie at the Alumni Hall on Thursday, held by the Vermont Bond Bank. They're here most of the day. Excited to join them at the 10:15 panel. Our capital plan's up for an award, so we'll see. We'll see if we get one.
Are any other councilors going to the bond bank event? Just all right, okay, all right, just curious.
So excited to do that. And then a PSA, City Hall, the back entrance of City Hall will be closed, the entrance, on Thursday, the 13th, and Friday, the 14th. We'll have signage. We'll have postings on the website and online. We're doing some repairs to the back ramp that is a bit of a trip hazard. So that'll be closed. Probably not the entire duration of that time, but going to let people know, plan for the worst and hope for the best, but at least those 2 days you may experience disruptions. You can still come into the building through the front door, which has a ramp as well. So little bit inconvenience, but hopefully make that little back ramp a little safer. And then just two quick things. We missed it, but the egg hunt was a big success. I know the hearing was helping hide eggs. Council Booton got some footage. And then Stephanie did a terrific job as usual. She wanted to make sure that I thanked Assistant City Manager Don Monahan, Police Chief Vale, Officer Fleury, Assistant Clerk Sherry Chase. She's the Assistant Clerk, right? Not Treasurer.
Assistant
Sherry.
Treasurer.
Oh, sorry. Assistant Treasurer Sherry Chase and retired city employee Donna McNally, who volunteered some of their time as well as many of their spouses and significant others. So big team effort. And then Amy mentioned it, but we had obviously a real damaging fire downtown, structural fire. And you know, a big loss, but also a huge thank you to the fire department that limited the damage of a lot of buildings in the vicinity that could have been impacted that were not. So they did a terrific job in responding and containing it. And I think the other aspect of this is that a couple months ago we had sort of the theoretical conversation of mutual aid, and we saw it in action this week, where we had Williamstown there, we had at the fire, we had East Montpelier covering our fire station, Montpelier and Barrytown firefighters. I mean, if you were at the site, you couldn't tell who was who. They were all doing the job. We had three trucks from 3 different fire departments helping to contain this. So really a great example of the collaboration that we would also do for our neighboring community. So I think the fire department and Chief Cushman did a terrific job on this event.
Thank you. Are there questions for the city manager? All right. Hearing and seeing none, that takes us to our first item of new business. We have presentation from the prospective purchasers of the Wheelock House who are here tonight, and just do some table setting. Do you want to walk us through the process a little bit? Or-
Yeah, absolutely. So we listed the building a couple months ago. We've held the listing open for a date certain to give people an opportunity to get offers into the city. And Amy was right. There wasn't a lot of information publicly, and the memos last week were pretty vague, and that was on purpose to sort of protect the confidentiality portion of the consideration.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I just saw that Ellen Sivert and Stefan Mullner just walked out. Thank you two for preparing that grant for the community garden on the consent agenda. I appreciate that. All right.
So now we're at a point where we're ready to have the two prospective purchasers share their plans with the community, and so they're both here today. The partnership put in the first offer. Their offer came out first, was publicly known first, and the second offer was made known later, and that's from Fox Market. And so they're both. We've asked them both to come here to give a brief 15-minute overview of their plans, hopes for the building, and that's what they're here to do, to share that with the community. And so that I assume many of you are here to share your feedback based on what they say. But the process was unfortunately vague by design, just due to protect the nature of the negotiations at that point. But both parties are here today to describe publicly their plans.
And could you also just describe the options available to the council at this point?
Yeah, so the council, what the council has decided to do is to list the building. And so we have two offers based on the timeframes that were set. Two offers were submitted by that deadline. And the council could choose to proceed with one or the other, potentially choose to proceed with both, or could choose to proceed with neither. So really the only decision the council has made that is actionable is to list it at this point. You know, the other thing is, I'm sure you've all noticed that the dollar figures of the offers haven't been made public by anyone sitting up here, and that's certainly both purchasers know that's their right to make that public if they'd wish, but that's not something that the council is directed to ask them to do. That's of their own volition at this point.
Thank you.
And in terms of just managing expectations of what's next after this, we will continue deliberations, and then we can't take any action without a motion outside of an executive session. So after deliberations at some point, and maybe tonight, may not be tonight, that there would be a decision, and both parties would be notified.
Yep. So, exactly.
All right. Right. And did you have an order that you wanted them in?
I believe we were going to keep the same order from
Okay.
the prior session, so that means Fox Market is up.
All right. Well, welcome.
And if I may, Mr. Mayor, for the minutes, I'm going to ask people to identify themselves so that I can write down your names. Thank you.
My name is Donald Kane. I go by Donnie Kane.
My name is Olivia Dunton. I go by Liv Dunton. We are the co-owners of Fox Market and Bar in East Montpelier.
We just want to start by saying thank you to everybody. Thanks to everybody that showed up. Your actually Zoom is overloaded right now and is out of capacity, and people have been kicked off.
Oh, really?
So
Apparently we have a
apologizing.
100-person limit.
Yeah, so apologizing to anybody who isn't able to be on at this point. We got a few texts from people saying they were kicked off. And really want to say a big thank you to the Berry Partnership. I want to say I love the Berry Partnership, have always worked with them. I opened AR Market in downtown. Loved working with Tracy, love everything they do. It's been made a little bit of a us versus them conversation. We want to say that that's not how we see it. We are excited to come into Berry from East Montpelier and work with the Berry Partnership. We want to make that very clear that if we are allowed to purchase this building, by all means, we are fully planning on, I mean, just everything that we could bring to the partnership. I think it could be a lot. Resources, financial, sponsoring, just lots of things that we are really excited to kind of explore with the partnership. So,
We have a lot of hope of a future where we work together. Fundraising and sponsorships of events. It's definitely been a part of our vision as a way in hoping of healing any wounds that may have been created by any of the contention generated online.
a little bit about who we are. Almost 2 years ago, we opened a market and bar, kind of a community space. We call it a bar, but it's very much more of a community space. It's not a bar in any traditional sense. We work with the community on every aspect we do. We rehabbed a building that was not in use and hadn't been in use in years. We create community space. That's what we do. And we donated over $70,000 to local charities in the first 2 years. These are like our mission statements. This is what we do.
We've made it a piece of who we are to work with local producers and local farmers. It's been a huge part of our work. Littlewood Farm, Tamarack Hollow, these Rogers Farmstead, Campo de Vino from right here in Barrie. These have been a huge piece in the shape of the business we've created, both in our kitchen and in our shelves. And we believe that working with our local producers is essential to the mission of being a community space, bringing our community into our business in as many ways as possible.
We listen to the community. We have built Fox in the last 2 years around what the community has told us they wanted. And so we have grown with the community.
Certainly, I say this a lot, but the business has grown in ways we didn't imagine it would grow, and has taken a shape that was not maybe a part of our original vision. And we have been so excited to meet the community where they want us to be and to serve them how we can. I think I want to talk a little bit about why the Wheelock building feels so special to us, why it works so well for us, and our vision for the space going forward, should our offer be accepted. If you've ever been to our location in East Montpelier, you know that we have really strove to create something that feels like your friend's living room. It's cozy. It has board games. People meet there for Scrabble tournaments. People meet there for knitting club. People meet there for karaoke. People meet there for business lunches and to just hang out and read a book. And that is so important to the feeling we have wanted to create there, which is that we might own it, but really our community owns it. And I think that is what we're hoping to do here as well. This building is indescribably beautiful, has so much potential. And the idea of filling it with people regularly who are local to Central Vermont, who are Barrie people walking down the street, who can come in and grab a cup of coffee, grab house-made pastry or a sandwich or a grain bowl and hang out with their friends and their family. I think it would be something really unique and special in the community. Our plan is to offer grab-and-go breakfast, lunch, and dinner, sit-down meals, as well as events. And it's just really, it's such a good fit for us in so many ways. We'd like to be open from early morning until late evening, and really help increase the foot traffic in downtown, which we believe will also benefit so many of the other local businesses in the downtown community.
One thing we've always been is very transparent. We have always been open to anybody that want to know what we purchased or at least our current building for. So I'd like to continue that by saying we are offering asking price to the city for the Wheelock House.
We felt it was a more than fair price. It is something we can afford, which is also nice. I will also say that this building just offers such potential. We talk about this a lot, that from the moment we saw it, we realized how much of how right of a fit it would be for the business we had envisioned there because of everything that was already there. There is the bones of a commercial kitchen in place, and it would be, I'm not going to say easy, but it would be as
walls are
easy
up.
as it could be.
It has the right amount of bathrooms for it. It has everything that we could walk right into. It does need a small interior wall put up just to block the kitchen from the bathroom access, but it is very much ready to be turned into a little cafe and restaurant.
And we've just wildly outgrown our current business. We've been successful in a way that feels we're so grateful for, but it is time for us to expand, and we need especially more kitchen space. This building is very large and would offer us just great storage space for walk-in coolers, space for a commercial kitchen, really the ability to expand and provide what our community has been asking us to do more and more of, which is food for the most part.
And when we talk about kitchens and coolers, that's all in the additions in the back. The whole front part, the original building, plus a good, I think probably another 20 feet is all like customer seating and is the original building. So yeah, that's worth noting. Just
Yeah, we're trying to keep the original building for the community first and foremost.
we're gonna keep saying this. We love the Wheelock House. I mean, I've loved it ever since I first saw it on Main Street. Everybody loves the Wheelock House. If you notice it, because it sits back a little bit, a lot of people just don't quite notice it, but when you do, it's amazing. We want to come in and revitalize that building. We want to do the capital improvements needed to make the building last forever. We know, I mean, that's our main vision in the building. Like I said, anything we're going to do on the inside, pretty minimal, but we're going to take care of the outside. There's a lot of work that needs to be done. There's some roofing sections that need to be fixed.
Excuse me for interrupting. Where did you say this building is?
Downtown Barrie.
Well, I know.
153.
135
Yeah,
North
yeah.
Main Street. Yeah.
Where the senior center used to be, sorry.
So I think we have an intense desire to focus on the historic nature of this building in anything we do as we go forward. We've talked a lot about bringing back original roofing materials, bringing back original front. You know, we look at the historic pictures of this building and we love what it was and we envision what it could be. And you know, I say this as the person who doesn't do any of the construction. I am so lucky to have a business partner who has such incredible skill at revitalizing historic spaces and caring for buildings in a way that just shows deep love and skill and talent. And I think the work Donnie could do on this building would be nothing short of incredible. And
But the space we would create.
the space we would
Go back to the
create together,
community
yeah.
aspects of it. Like,
I think our hope for the future here is that, you know, we want to be a part of Barrie. We talk about this a lot. We've been so excited to see the way Barrie has grown and changed, and in the last 20 years become, you know, the way new businesses are coming up, the way Pearl Street has come up, the way AR has come up, and what it means, and all of the new people moving here, and the way Barrie has really respected a balance between new growth and the traditions of the community and who's been here. And I think we just want to be a part of it. We're so excited, and this is, in our minds, the dream place to do it, and really the only place that we can think of that we could do it right now.
and hearing from people from Barrie that want us there. I mean, that's when we opened up in East Montpelier, I didn't know how much support we were going to get from people who live in East Montpelier. It was a little mind-blowing how much support we got from the people in East Montpelier immediately. And then we put out there that we were looking at this building, and same flood of emotions, probably even a bit more from people from Barrie expressing how much they want us in their community. Because East Montpelier had no idea what was coming. Really did not.
Yeah, I hope that everyone here tonight can see what we're trying to do, which is just be a part of of Barry as it grows and changes, and that we want to do so with great love and respect for what's here already, and we hope that our presence only helps every other business that's already here and brings more foot traffic and brings new residents in and brings people, tourists in from Burlington, which we do in East Montpelier. Yeah, we have a lot of hope for what this space could be. I think that's all we have.
All right, well, you're well into your time, so thank you.
Yeah, I tried to keep it
Thank you
brief.
so much for
Yeah.
your output. And with that, I think we'll pivot to the Berry Partnership, or the LLC. So.
Let's dance. Which chair would you like?
Well, I'm taking this one.
You're gonna take that one?
I got a
Okay.
gentleman for once.
And I'm not texting, I just am using my stopwatch here, so.
That's okay. What did you say we had for a time limit?
Yeah.
15. Because we know Bill likes to talk.
That I do. You gotta nudge him.
And I will do my best. So my name is Chandra Pollard. I am the president of the Berry Partnership Board. I am here with Bill Koch, and he is presenting on behalf of the Wheelock House LLC. So the Berry Partnership heard of the sale of the Wheelock House several months ago, and it has been the partnership's home for the last 3 years. The city was kind and allowed us to lease that space for the use of our home office. Over these 3 years, Tracy Lewis, our executive director, has busted her butt to make sure that the Berry Partnership is doing just what its mission is to promote vibrancy within our city, promote businesses in town, bring more people out to the streets by hosting events, and most recently, Recycled Percussion was in town. I mean, like, America's Got Talent was here in town. That was pretty amazing. So the Berry Partnership has found home in the Wheelock House, and when it came up for sale, it was very important for us to find a way to be able to not only retain that space as our home so that we can focus on the work that we do, but to also preserve probably one of the prettiest buildings left in the city of Barrie. Wheelock House, I keep referring to it as the Stuart Little House. I don't know if anybody has ever seen that movie, but it is. It's the Stuart Little House of Barrie City. The building is in dire need of some restoration. It is my understanding that the Wheelock House sits on the historic list of preservation list, the historic preservation list for the state of Vermont. Any renovations to that building should be done with care, and to that renovation comes a pretty significant cost to be able to do it right. So the partnership is a non-for-profit organization. We're funded by our communities, and the work that we do is primarily focusing on bringing traffic to the city and promoting our businesses. Are we property developers? Oh no. Is the thought of restoring a historic building really scary? Yeah, it's a really heavy lift. So we realized that we, as a non-for-profit organization, weren't going to have the means of being able to restore that building on our own, because we want to do it and we want to do it right. We'd also like to keep it as the home of the Berry Partnership. And we're not saying that the Berry Partnership is only going to be the only occupant of that building. We have hopes and desires of bringing other community organizations, other non-for-profit organizations to share and utilize that space with us. Also organizations who bring a lot to our community, our city as well. The Wheelock House LLC is a separate entity from the Berry Partnership. The Berry Partnership is not buying the building. The Wheelock LLC is the offerer on the building. And with that comes a deep wealth of knowledge and experience with historic preservation, as well as, how to finance such a heavy, expensive lift. I would like to turn the microphone over to Bill to present a little bit more about the plan and how the Berry Partnership, in combination with the Wheelock House LLC, could make the restoration and the occupancy of this building going forward a real success for the city.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
One thing I'd like to say before I describe the financial plan is to remind everybody in the room that this isn't really a competition between a business and a not-for-profit and two competing visions of what should be in that building. In my mind, it's what is the process and what is going to be the outcome of the restoration of the building. So I've been tasked with finding enough money and enough expertise to bring about a proper historic restoration of this building. And that's why I'm here. So our goal is to leverage private equity, tax credits, contributed goods and services, tax stabilization, so that we can accomplish this. So we're offering $50,000. That's a lot less than the asking price. The reason we're doing that is because in order to leverage federal tax credits, your basis doesn't count. Your renovations are what get the credit. Federal tax credits are 20%, and the local tax credits are 10%, the state credits. There are code credits as well. They total up to around, we estimate, $175,000. We want to raise $250,000 in private equity. So this is not a fundraising campaign. We're not doing something, I'm the president of the Opera House. This is not anything similar to what we did. We put the arm on people to donate money so that we could renovate the stage and the house and paint and all that stuff. That's not what we're doing. We're going to reach out to friends that share the vision for the house. We're going to ask them to put some money on the table and be part of the LLC. The LLC will be structured in such a way that no one individual or investor can have a majority share, and we'll have a board. The intent is to lease the space back to the partnership and to other tenants as the highest and best use of the building. The problems that I see with the building are the renovation expenses are going to be significant. Number one, we have asbestos mitigation and lead mitigation. Lead mitigation in a commercial building is not something you're going to be able to do by yourself. You need to have a contractor do that. Asbestos mitigation requires a contractor. So those two things have to be done. The heating system needs replacement. We need heat pumps. We need insulation. If you look at the roof, I have not yet been up there. I've just been looking at it from the ground. But restoring slate siding on a historic building requires that you use real slate. When you restore wood, I mean, Fipon's a wonderful plastic product, and I have it on some of my buildings. But I can tell you, you're not going to be able to get that through the Park Service. You have to use the wood. You have to use as much original as you can. You can replace rotting things, but if you have a window sash that's good, you got to reglaze it and use it. The facade of this building consisted of 3 large windows. Putting modern double-pane glass together with a curve at the top is going to be a very expensive project. I had, in a recent house, I had 2 quarter-sized windows, like a quarter piece of a pizza, and they were 2 by 2, so if you put this together, you'd have a 4-foot window if you had 4 of them, 4 pieces of pizza. Those 2 windows, glazing them was $1,600. So the glazing is going to be expensive. You have to use the original wood wherever you can, and then you got to fit in new millwork to do that. We are working on gathering contractors who will discount or donate their time, because there's a lot of things going on. We have millwork, glass, electrical, plumbing, insulation, carpentry, flooring, finishes. All those things cost money. Just recently, I'm this close to finishing a very large project, and I can tell you everything went through the roof. 2x4s went from $250 to $25. They've come back down, but glass is really expensive. So this is going to take people who know what they're doing. We would have a general contractor in control of the process, and the investors would make the decisions on how to best spend the money to make the facade of the building back to historic character. That's the main goal, I think, is to be able to walk down Barry and see the building as it was 100 years ago.
I will add to that, there's been a lot of confusion on whether the Berry Partnership is the purchaser of the building or whether it is a different entity. And I did just want to make it very apparently clear that the partnership alone is not able to purchase this building and do the renovations that are required to bring it back to its original luster. With this plan, with the investors and the tax credits, it is a 10-year plan. And after 10 years, it is anticipated that the Berry Partnership would be the benefactor of the LLC, and the building would be donated back to the Berry Partnership. It is also part of our offer with the renovations and the purchase price that if at any point in time that the partnership is no longer able to operate, or if the building does become, if for some reason the partnership folds or we're not able to continue maintaining and owning that building, that we would offer the city of Berry the right of first refusal. Because really, although the building means a lot to us, deep in my heart, it really is part of the community, and the city should have the right at an improved value to be able to reacquire the building. It is us being a non-for-profit receiving the donation of the building in the future doesn't necessarily take that away from the building being collected, the city collecting taxes on the building. So,
There is a tax stabilization part of the proposal. We start out and in increments over a 10-year period get up into the mid-threes of the value of the building. And after that, of course, the tax assessor will assess the building at fair market value. So the important thing to realize is that, yes, our offer is lower, but the tax base, but with the improvements, will bring in money down the line. The investors are not really investing with expectation of return. We are expecting through the tax credit system and the income tax system that we will receive our money back in 10 years, either through reduced income taxes and tax credit recoup. But the objective is not for us to make money on this. It's really to get a bunch of people who have some money, put it together, fund this, wait 10 years for your money to slowly trickle back in, and then sign the LLC over to the partnership. The partnership and the LLC will not merge. They will be separate entities, but the ownership will transfer from the investors to the partnership, and that we want to make it clear that the right of first refusal goes with that, so that outlives the 10-year period that we're proposing.
Well, if that closes your statement, thank you so much. I think what we'll do is pivot to public comment. I think the vision we have for this is that we'll do one in the room, one on the TV. I'll time it and limit it to 2 minutes, and I'll start with, I see the hand raised by Garrett Grant.
My name is Garrett Grant. I live in Ward 1 here in Berry City. I'm here to speak in support of Fox Market purchasing the Wheelock House. Moments like this are an exciting opportunity for Berry City. There have been decades-long talks about Berry's renaissance and revitalizing our downtown. Tonight is our chance to not just talk the talk, but to walk the walk. Speaking of walking, one of Berry's best assets is our dense, walkable downtown. Let's capitalize on that. By welcoming a niche business such as Fox Market, we can continue to create a vibrant scene in our downtown. Think about it. Fox Market, the Cat Cafe, AR Market, Espresso Bueno, and all of the other unique restaurants and businesses that we have here. We can generate more revenue by creating a downtown scene that not only makes Berry an interesting place to live, but a destination for others outside of Berry to travel to and spend their dollars. Fox Market has a proven record of renovating buildings in disrepair and creating a comfortable and welcoming space. Visit their website and click on the About Us tab to see the results for yourself, or visit. They also have a record of attracting young people to their business. I often hear some version of, "We need more young people in Berry." Well, here's your chance to make that happen. Supporting Fox Market does not mean I'm speaking out against the Berry Partnership. I believe that this conversation has revealed people are for the partnership's mission to stimulate and sustain economic development in Berry's historic downtown, ensuring a vibrant community that is the social, cultural, and economic hub of the greater Berry area. Let's support the partnership's mission by welcoming Fox Market into our community while working together to ensure the partnership has a space to continue their work. Thank you.
Thank you. I see Ann is up first.
Sorry, I don't mean to be this guy, but could we try to limit applause just for sake of
For
getting
time.
through as many folks as possible? So the next person online was Kat Allen. The hand is down now, but Kat, if you still wanted to talk, you were the first one.
And just to queue up the next person in the room, Tina Ruthier. Kat?
Yeah, sorry, I lowered my hand because I got nervous, but since you called me, I'll speak anyway. So my husband and I are new to Berry. We bought a house here last summer. We live in Berry City. We love being able to walk to our downtown and to be able to patronize the local businesses. We will shop local and dine local as much as we possibly can. We are mid-30 somethings in tech with a pretty disposable income that we want to spend in Berry. And it seems like Fox Market's desire for the building is exactly what the partnership is trying to achieve. I mean, it seems like the best of both worlds is to allow Fox Market to come and do what they have done in East Montpelier. I have honestly wanted to go visit them, but it's kind of far away. If I'm going to go to a bar, driving out to East Montpelier is perhaps not the easiest or smartest thing to do. Walking downtown is pretty perfect. And so I welcome what they bring to the community. They always seem to have active events, which Berry could use more of, honestly, as someone who has moved here and wants to stay here and build a true life here. I think it's exactly what the partnership is trying to do, and I hope they find another beautiful home.
Thank you, Kat, and thank you for choosing Berry as your new home. Tina Ruthier. Yeah.
Kat, I got nervous too, but now I'm in the seat, so. First, Sam, congratulations. When I walked in here tonight, I was damn happy you won. But in all fairness, whether I agree or disagree with anybody sitting up there, I appreciate your service, and I appreciate how hard it is to get in that seat, and I appreciate what you have to deal with on a weekly basis, and not just what you're doing here right now, but what you do all week behind the scenes. Because just a little campaigning, I got a taste of it, and it really sucks, so I appreciate it. That being said, the co-owners of Fox Market, I've been very outspoken about supporting the Berry Partnership. Please know, in no way is that anti-Fox Market, okay? That's the location. I'm disappointed in some of the things that are going on behind the scenes, and the people that are doing it know that they're doing it. I'm very supportive of business in Berry. I want that Main Street full, like when I was a kid, when I used to walk and Christmas shop. We had fish, J.J. Newberry's and Fishman's and everything. So I'm very, very supportive of business in Berry. I want that Main Street full. That being said, I am in support of the partnership. I do believe that with the presentation that was given, which I had no previous knowledge of, it sounds like they will find the resources for that historic, restoration. That does sound like a big nugget for you guys to chew. If you can do it, great. I wouldn't want to do it personally. But whoever can do it, I wish the best of luck. I thank you guys, but I do support the partnership of keeping that building, and I support you guys coming to Berry, okay? Thank you.
Thank you for your comments,
Next
Tina.
online was Anne.
And for whoever would like to just feel free to just queue up for speaking here in the room. Jump up, but we'll switch from online back in the room, online back in the room. So Ann, you're up next online.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
I can.
Great. Yeah, thank you so much for having us and letting us speak on this. My partner,
Anne, I'm sorry to interrupt. Can you give us your last name, please, for the record?
Sure, it's Fairnway.
Thank you.
Yeah, my partner and I were homeowners in Barry Town. We've lived here for a handful of years so far. And while we love living where we do, Montpelier is really our hub. That's where we go to spend our time, to spend our money. That's where we feel most at home and most like welcome. And when Fox Market moved in to East Montpelier, that very quickly became our new community. I would love to invest myself, my time, my energy, my community spirit more into Barry. And I would be thrilled to see Fox Market have a location there. And I feel like that would communicate a lot in terms of where Barry is going, what Barry is open and welcoming towards, and just would speak volumes to making a lot of people feel at home and at ease and welcome. So I'm very hopeful to see Fox Market expand into our community. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. And I'll just say quickly that feel like this is a special moment for us to have this much community engagement. I just want to acknowledge that because I know people might be dropping off at the meeting. And one thing Councilor Wasizak does every single meeting when we have a crowd is he thanks them for coming. And I'm jumping.
I normally do it at the end, but that's a long way off.
So really appreciate it. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jamie Bauer. I am a fairly new resident of Barry, Vermont, but I've been in community development for over 20 years, including municipalities and nonprofits and the state of Vermont. I'm here in support of Fox Market and in support of Barry Partnership. It seems from listening to the two proposals that the cash flow and return on investment is more solid with Fox Market, and there could be an opportunity for them to work with Barry Partnership and bring it all together. I've witnessed a building that was very similar to the Wheelock building, could be saved, needed a lot of work. It was bought by a nonprofit with great intentions and no money or not much money. They were not able to raise the money. And I watched the building deteriorate to the point where it had to be demolished. And I don't want to see that with the Wheelock building. I want to have it be in a really good financial position and good for the community, so.
Thank you for your comments.
Next online is Trish.
Trish, and if you could state your last name for the record. And it looks like you're still muted, Trish.
All right, Trish, we'll skip. Oh, there she is.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yep.
Hi, my name is Trish Fairnway. I am also here in support of Fox Market this evening. I think for me, the strongest point in their favor is if you just look at the space that they have already created in East Montpelier and just how vibrant and how many folks that draws, not only local to East Montpelier, but from the surrounding area, surrounding townships as well. And I think that speaks volumes as to the potential, what they could do in a place like Barry. I think, just everything about what they have already been able to achieve in their current business could be expanded on in Barry. And I would love to see that happen. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments here in the room.
Hi, my name is Sarah Chase, and I'm a resident of Barry Town and a local chef. And I come with a little bit of a biased opinion, but after leaving my job in Barry City, I found a really soft landing zone in Fox Market. They provide an ethos of inclusivity that I believe Barry really needs more of. I do want to acknowledge Tracy and the Berry Partnership for bringing our community together in, farmers markets, food trucks on Thursdays, the Berry Heritage Festival. It's something that my family looks forward to every year, and all of these events really do create a sense of community. And I believe that no matter where Berry Partnership is located, I think that will continue to grow and bring us all together as one big family. Berry is a melting pot of different, types of people, different demographic, and I think that Fox Market being part of this community, it's kind of like a big welcoming hug from your mom. I do believe that if there is a concern about renovating the building up to historical code, I think Fox Market could probably raise that money with community funds through donations. I don't know if you guys feel that way, but I feel very strongly. And I think that, it would be really sweet if Fox Market and the Berry Partnership could, could share a space too. I think that would be really nice. When I drive down Berry City, I wish that the Berry Partnership had more of a storefront, more of a bigger window for their posters. And I feel like it's a cute building. Okay. I love adorable things, but.
And just a heads up, you have about 10 seconds.
Okay. Gotcha. But I think that there's a better place for Berry Partnership. And I think that Fox Market being next to Rainbow Bridge would make a really cute block. Bring us all together. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up online is Bo.
Jake, put me on the list.
All right. Cheryl, come on up. Bo, if you could introduce yourself for the record and unmute.
In the chair?
Bo, you're still not unmuted.
Fast, right?
Okay, we'll loop back to you. Next up
Is Katie Golden.
Katie Golden, if you could unmute.
My name is Cheryl
Oh,
Anderson.
we'll come right back to you, Cheryl.
Okay.
Hi, my name is Katie Golden. I'm a resident of Berrytown, and I have been for about 2 years. My wife and I moved to Vermont right when Fox Market opened in East Montpelier, and because my wife moved to Barrie to be a student at VCIH housed at Goddard, we had the immense pleasure of being able to go to Fox Market almost weekly when she attended her classes. And it was, and it has been absolutely crucial to our experience of becoming Vermonters, living in rural central Vermont. It has been like absolutely a joy to be welcomed into the Green Mountains from Fox Market. And I just really want to speak to what a wildly accessible place it is for those of us who are sober. I just want people who haven't been there to know that the word bar keeps being tossed around, but it's a bar the way that it's also like a salon, like from 1900s Paris. Like it's a bar because you can drink incredible mocktails and seltzers and, kombuchas, and that is as accessible if you want a margarita or a traditional cocktail. And it's just magical to have a community center that's not based around alcohol. And to have it in Barrie in the center of town is a dream come true. It would be incredible. And I'm just so looking forward to the opportunity of like other folks in Barrie to be able to access just by walking this incredible community hub. So really, if you're considering like approving it, I just thank you so much because I love Fox Market.
Thank you. Yeah, and you're it too.
Mayor, if I just could, real quick announcement. I was checking with our IT guy. We cannot upgrade the meeting capacity now, so during the meeting, so we're gonna do it for the future. If people are interested in watching, and people who are trying to watch, they can watch it on CCTV. I know that they're not on Zoom to hear that, but if you know of people who would like to watch, they can do it there. You can let them know. Unfortunately, they won't also be able to comment, but they can at least watch the proceedings. So,
let the record show we made history tonight by reaching our Zoom capacity. Cheryl,
Well,
Counselor Booton?
yeah, if somebody's already spoken and they're willing to jump off.
Yes.
It will let room.
Make room, yeah.
Cheryl Anderson of Berry City.
Jake, I didn't expect to be called to this seat so fast, right? I'm here because I grew up in the city, and I'm older now, so I know what it once was like. And we've been through a lot, and it's in the rebuilding years, but I want to make sure that historic sites in this city are controlled by residents. I want things restored. I mean, you can't just move on and forget about your past. And that building that you're talking about tonight, that is a very unique building. It needs to be taken care of and restored if possible, but I want you, and you gave a great presentation. I hope Carol's writing it down, because in the end, I want Berry City to have control of some of those key sites. Now, it's an historic site, correct?
Yeah, it's on the National
Just
and
the
State
front
Register.
of the building or the whole thing?
Yeah, that I don't know.
All of it.
All of it?
You don't bifurcate a building when they.
Well, I'm only telling you what a council member told me, so that's why I'm asking. I want the clarification.
All of it. All of it is on the register.
What about Depot Square, the train station?
You have to direct your comments to the mayor, ma'am.
Yeah.
Not the former mayor.
Well, and yeah, we won't go into it back and forth, but you have
Okay,
30
I
seconds,
don't
but say your
know-
piece.
I
and-
don't know how many
yeah.
sites we have left, but it really is important that we maintain some of our heritage. We talk about granite, but we also have had workers from all over the world here, and they've made a big difference in buildings, and that I want to maintain, because that's what makes the city more quaint. This building that we're talking about is important. So
And
whatever you
you're,
decide, I want the city to always have some control over that. And you said if the partnership was to dissolve, it would go back.
City would have the right to purchase it.
Just,
So-
yeah, and just to avoid, Cheryl, you're 2 minutes, but we hear your point.
Okay.
You want that,
I want them-
historic preservation
Carol's
leverage.
writing
Thank
all
you.
this down, right?
Yeah.
So I can pick up the
Yeah.
minutes.
Thank
I want
you.
the city to have the direction.
All right. Thank you. Next
So,
up online?
Online, we're gonna try Bo. I'm gonna give you first, there you go.
Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me?
You're a little faint, but if you could try to speak up.
I will do my best. I'm sorry, I'm at home. First and foremost, congratulations, Sam. I'm a Ward 3 resident of Barrie for 27 years. Mayor Hemrick, thank you for all that you do to this city and have done for this city thus far. It is an honor to be here and to continue to grow and develop in this city that I've called my home for 27 years. My name is Bo Mustafic. My family sought asylum from the war in Yugoslavia and was transplanted to this beautiful city. I have since left the city, went to college, finished my master's in Champlain, and have decided to move back and make the city my home. Taken a recent interest in this. I'm a member of the board at the Barrie Elks, Barrie Lodge number 1535, and have a real penchant for helping my community and finding ways to get closer to local government. This topic was a big interest to me and to many people, and I think it's in the mission of the partnership to sort of withhold their mission in developing this area, and I see no one fit better for that opportunity than Fox Market. I am a corporate financial analyst for a local coffee company that has since went global, Keurig Dr. Pepper. I'm a remote worker who is seeking for a place to sit down in the afternoon and enjoy a coffee and get some work done. I heard a mention of some information about the private equity investments and other local investments in the Wheelock House, and a quick mention of the Wheelock House LLC. I did a quick Google search this evening on that LLC, and I see that one of the council members is the registered agent on that, and I'm weary that it presents to me and to maybe many others who have the ability to to do this quick search that there may be a bit of a conflict of interest in such a situation where those folks that are voting to determine the future of the Wheelock House.
Bo,
maybe
you
have
have 2 minutes. Thank you. And I think as far as I've seen on the Secretary of State's website, the registered agent is Tracy Lewis, who is not a city councilor. Next up here in the room is Laurel Maurer. Thank you.
Hi.
Thank you.
Laurel Maurer, Berry City. To me, it's obvious that both entities are worthy to have their businesses, obviously. But I'm here about the building. And I read up a little bit about historical designation of buildings, and obviously I'm not an expert and don't know all the ramifications, although for a short time I did live in an historical building. So I do know that there are regulations concerning repairs and renovations, et cetera. And I wonder who keeps track, who makes sure that those things are done correctly. And I would hope that the City Council also take into account a long vision of what is best for the building in the long term. What kind of abuse will the building be put under with a lot of traffic, that kind of thing. So I hope that the building is taken into account, because that is one of the special landmarks in the city. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next up online?
Joe.
Joe, if you could state your name or Joe Whale? Okay, Joe Whale.
Hello, am I coming through?
You are.
Yes, yeah, so I live in Berry City. I'm in Ward 3 on Bassett Street. I just like I said, I support the selling of the building to Fox Market. I do, as a few other people have said, I sort of don't see this as a competition. I do support the partnership and the work that they do. I just feel if there are more available spaces for them to do that work. And I think it's really important that, or more important that Fox Market has this space. One thing I hadn't taken into account before the meeting that I noticed when they spoke was that their vision sort of includes making this space a true public space, like a true sort of centerpiece of the city. And I think that really spoke to me, and I think that's really key, and something I really want to see for that building. And then aside from that, I think just the fact that we need new dynamic businesses in the downtown, we all know that this will be that. We need that. This is what we should be trying to attract, so let's do it.
Thank you. Next up here in the room.
Hi, my name is Iris Sandusky. I grew up in Montpelier and left, and then due to COVID, relocated. So I do live in Barrie now. Sorry,
Welcome.
I'm really nervous, but I did, I know Liv and Donnie, and I've seen what they've done out in East Montpelier. And as a Barrie resident, it was important enough for me to come tonight and support them and get over my fear of public speaking, to really voice that as a Barrie resident, I would really love to see their business in downtown and just, yeah, the foot traffic, everything. I think it would be really, really amazing to see them in Barrie. So thank you.
Well, welcome to Barrie, and thank you.
Next online is Linda.
Linda, if you could state your full name for the record and unmute.
Give Linda a second. Zoom is not her favorite.
Linda, you're still muted. It's just Linda Magris.
I don't think so. We'll jump to Tracy.
Tracy, we'll look back to you, Linda. Tracy, if you could state your full name for the record.
Tracy Corey.
Thanks.
Thank you. Good evening. Thanks for having me here tonight. I too am a new resident of Vermont. About a year ago, we traveled over here and did speed house buying, if you will. And we had looked at one home that is now ours in the cute little city of Barrie. When we got home, I did some searching to find someone to talk to, and I found the Barrie Partnership, Tracy Lewis. And I made an amazing connection with Miss Lewis when I came into town. She gave me the tour. We had lunch. We met at her the beautiful Whitlock house, which I associate with the Barrie Partnership and all things Barrie since. Ever since then, we have been a part of the Berry Festival. We have supported the trucks downtown. The Berry Market is all that. I tell everyone, if you need something, that's cute little building that looks like it should be on the Gilmore Girls or Stuart Little, as someone referred it to, that's where you go. Tracy's there. She will help you with everything you need to know. Since then, I've begun multiple partnerships. Because of that initial one, I am a regional manager for an urgent care, and I now have a partnership with the medical advisory board and the students there, and just really appreciate the fact that the Berry Partnership has given me so many connections and network to make this our home. We're not going anywhere. This isn't a temporary move. And that I really do associate that building there. I like the plan to fix it from top to bottom. That's very important. And one thing we have learned, all things Vermont historical, when you drive up that hill our very first day, I remember going, wow, this is like from a movie. We're from big city, and I just really appreciate that. And I really appreciate the Wheelock House for what it is and what it can be, and the plan that the Berry Partnership has. So thank you.
Thank you, Tracy. Ellen Kay.
I'm Ellen Kay. I'm a Berry City resident, and I want to say that I grew up in a town not unlike Berry, a very working class, fairly rural town. There wasn't a whole lot going on in our downtown. It was pretty depressing. There were a lot of box stores coming in, a lot of businesses boarded up. It was not a place that kids wanted to stay after they came of age. I haven't been back there since I left. My grandfather came there in 1920. My father was born there. It was small-minded. It was depressed economically, and people got out. I think what we have here is an extraordinary opportunity to revitalize this town. If we look around this room tonight, when was the last time we had this many people under 50 in this room? Everybody understands that a town that's thriving has young people in it, has places for people to be. It has places for older people to be. It has places for younger people to be. I lived for many, many years in Brattleboro, Vermont, where there were places of all kinds for people to go. If you were 80, there was great places to hang out. If you were 15, there were great places to hang out. If you were 30, there were great places to hang out. People felt at home, and a lot of those kids come back. I have a friend whose son is coming back at 32 after seeing the world and being out in the world. He's going back there. I want Berry to have that chance. And I'm so excited about this possibility. And it is kind of a false dilemma to say, if I could just finish the one sentence, we're not choosing between the partnership and Fox. The partnership's here to stay.
Thank you. Next up online.
All right, Linda, I'm going to send you, you should have a button that says you're being asked to unmute. There we go.
Hello.
Hi,
I have
Linda.
a question. How are you?
Yeah, well, we're not doing question and answers, but if you have a statement you'd like to make, feel free. And if you could state your last name too.
Linda Macris. You won't answer a question from the presentation?
No, but if you wanted to send a follow-up email to either the people, you can. But we're here to listen to your statements, what you think about what you heard.
Well, the gentleman that talked about a conflict of interest, I have a question about that because two of the current board members are affiliated strongly with the Berry Partnership. And I wondered if they were going to be asked to step aside on a vote. One on the board and one the founder. And the other thing that I just want to make a statement about is when they were presenting, Berry Partnership was presenting their financial plans, and they talked about being an LLC. Usually an LLC is not eligible for grants. And that was part of their discussion. You have to be a nonprofit. So I wondered if the money was going to flow through Berry Partnership or not. I support Fox Market. There is nothing to do in Barry. And I think that, you know, some new people online were talking about places to dance. Is there a place to dance? And everyone said, go to Gusto's. Some people don't want to go to Gusto's. You know, it's not the kind of family place that they were looking for. And I have never been to Fox Market. I have never been there, but I'm sorry I haven't been there, and I hope they stay open, even if they move to Barry. So, and the other thing that this sounds like they're going to stay open late, be open early, maybe be open Monday and Tuesday and Sunday when a lot of places in Barry are closed, and it may make people who have restaurants now in Barry stay open for when working people get out of work and can go, you know, have dinner and not close early.
And
So
you
it
have,
may
you have
make
10
the street
seconds,
more,
Linda.
may make the street. I believe it will make the street more vibrant, which we need.
Yeah. Thank you so much. And just, you're welcome to send any counselors any questions. We're happy to follow up on a separate forum. And I'll state for the record that I did open the meeting at 5 o'clock, raising our conflict of interest policy, which we have as a city, giving everybody an opportunity to disclose any conflicts of interest or to recuse themselves. No counselors felt that they had any conflicts of interest.
Hi, my name is Marcus Morena. I live on Tremont Street in Ward 2. We're the house with the Nicki Minaj flag out front. I've lived in Barry long enough to have fallen in love with the city, and I think that if there are two people who can truly restore the Wheelock House and give it the proper grandeur that it deserves and the presence that it deserves, I think it's Donnie and Liv. They've truly created a community in East Montpelier. It's been an absolute honor to go there and spend time there and be in that community, and I want nothing more than to have Barry have that. They don't just support local farmers and producers and other businesses, they support individuals. My roommate is an incredibly talented artist, and Fox Market has some of his installations there, and it's absolutely wonderful to see his art in a business where it can be oogled at properly and have, you know, he's had customers that have approached him asking for commissions because of the patronage that Fox Market has given him. So I think that they're the fantastic choice for this beautiful space.
Thank you for your comments. Yeah.
Online is Danny.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
I'm a resident of Barry Town since July 2022, last year, but I spend most of my money in Barry City. It's where I not only enjoy many of the good places to eat, it's also where I get my haircut every month and where I take my friends who visit. My cousin just moved here from Bennington, where she's lived for the last 30 or more years. In fact, I'm driving back from Virginia this Thursday before my parents, just so I won't miss my haircut on Friday. I found Fox Market when I moved to Vermont in October of 2021 while living with my parents in Woodbury and looking for my tribe, which is the LGBTQ community.
Could you speak up a little bit, please, Danny?
Sure.
Thank
And
you.
while I've not lived many years in the state, that is because my father, who is born and raised in Montpelier, is an Army veteran. So I've spent many years visiting Vermont, and especially during the summers at our family camp that has been around for over 100 years. So my roots here go deep. For the folks that are concerned about preservation of the building, maybe you didn't listen to Donnie and Liv. They stated that their intention is to restore it to its original glory as best they can and to preserve its history. I know someone personally who fell in love with Fox Market the first time I brought him there and wants to bring his two boys. He lives in Plattsburgh, New York. The other thing that hasn't been mentioned is their expansion. They're not just moving, they're expanding. So that's going to bring jobs to the city, new money, tax revenue. And it will also put Barry on the map for Vermont as one of the most diverse, equitable, and inclusive places in Vermont. And we all support the Barry Partnership. There's room for both.
Yes.
You have 10 seconds, Danny. All done?
I'm done.
All right, thank you so much. Next up here in the room.
Hi, my name is Barbara Druge. I'm a taxpayer here in the city, and I associate the Wheelock Building with the Berry Partnership. I have been in that building before to, I think it was buy a raffle ticket off Tracy for some fundraiser thing they were doing. That is the Berry Partnership, is that building. If they were somewhere else, it wouldn't be the same. Fox Market can come to Berry. We have so many other places here that they can rent. You can look up and down Main Street and find a ton of them, but I associate that building with the Berry Partnership. I know where it is personally, and I'm legally blind. I don't drive. I walk just about everywhere I go, so it's familiar to me. I know where it is. If they end up somewhere else, I'm not going to know where they are, and I think they've been there. They should stay there. Not that you don't have to welcome Fox Market, you can, but there's plenty of other spaces here. They do not need to be there. The Wheelock Building is the Berry Partnership and has been right along. So I think as a taxpayer in the city, I want to be there. And they're talking about, oh, the money to fix it up. Well, it's going to happen. If it's not, then, you know, something else is going to happen. But at least have respect enough for everything they do for this city. The Heritage Festival, the concerts in the park, setting up the food trucks and everything that they do for local people who, you know, I walk to a lot of those events. Those are things that I depend on as a taxpayer here, and those are things that they do. And yes, they can do them from another building, but to me, it's just
You're 2 minutes.
they
Thank you so
belong
much.
there.
Yeah.
So, thank you.
Next
Thank
up
you.
online?
So we've had some hands go up and down, so I'm writing them in the order in which they were originally raised. So that note, Joellen Mulvaney.
Can you hear me?
Yep,
Oh, we
you're a
can.
little faint like earlier, but yes.
I'll try to shout.
Talking to that mic.
I don't even know where the mic is on the computer. I want to broaden the topic a little bit and talk about how there needs to be a real comprehensive view of the historic structures and the properties that the city owns for the people who live here. I think that we would do well to figure that out before making any more decisions about selling off our collective properties. Whatever we do, if we're going to sell it, I really do believe that the city should hold first refusal no matter who buys it, so that if that business or that nonprofit folds, we can get the building back into our hands. The other thing is to put codicils in the deed in order that the preservation is secured. Codicils that require whoever has a possession of the building to restore it to its, not only to restore it for bringing it up to code, but also for historic preservation. I do think that the Berry Partnership could use a Main Street location. And I had a council member tell me that they were going to seek ARPA funds for renovation if the partnership took possession of the building. I think ARPA funds would be better used to renovate a building that the city is sure to keep, and that would be City Hall. We have space in City Hall right on Main Street. The Main Street entrance to the old police station is a perfect opportunity for Berry Partnership. That way they won't have to pay rent as they don't now. But
You have 10 seconds, Joellen.
all right, so that's my thinking, is that they do need to be downtown, Berry Partnership. It's good for them to have a Main Street location, and I would make that recommendation.
Thank you. Next up on here.
Good evening.
Aren't we taking?
Let's just keep going.
Comment. Yeah.
Hi, my name is Poa Mutino. I'm a resident of Montpelier and a city employee there. I manage the senior meals program and Meals on Wheels, and I am avidly excited to move to Barrie as a first-time home buyer this year. And for a few years, I worked for Pathways to Housing as one of the Vermont Support Line operators here, and we had our office in Barry. And because at the time I lived in Cabot, I would walk through town on my hour break to kind of release the stories of hardship that I'd heard from callers across the country and across Vermont, and just get some peace of mind. And so I got to know Barry's downtown really well through years of walking downtown. I also am a frequent attendant of Fox Market. It's a place I go for breakfast sandwiches, for the most delicious pastries, and to meet friends after work. It's a place I met with my current boss. Was just a happenstance meeting there, meeting another friend, her hearing me speak, say, "Oh, you're Poa from Pancakes for the People. You should apply for this job. Then I'll respond to your email." And they got my job. I think it's really a community center, as Donnie and Liv said in their opening statements. And I think it would, when I then heard that Fox Market was talking about a space in Barry, I wasn't sure at first which one it was. And then when I saw the Wheelock House, the pink building, the Barry Partnership sign, and thought of it as Fox Market, I was just like, eureka, that would be so cool. It'd be so cool to be able to move to Barry this year at the same time as Fox Market. I think it would do wonders for youth, for elders, for the downtown, for people of all sorts. I think they make a really welcoming space, and I encourage you all to please accept them into that space.
Thank you for your comments.
Next online, Harlow Carpenter.
Hello, I am not a current resident of Barry, but I'm sitting here on Delmont Ave. I'll be moving here in the next couple months. I am also, just as Poa said, a frequent attendant of Fox Market. I think I went there for the first time the first week they opened. And I'm struck by hearing so many beautiful statements from the people who've spoken before me. A woman named Cheryl spoke, and she was talking about the beautiful history that Barry has, that melting pot culture of the granite workers. And I think about how Fox brings that culture into a new time for us, with the diversity of foods they offer, the diversity of drinks. Someone called it a salon, like a 1900s style meeting place. I absolutely agree with that. I've met so many lovely people, including many of the people on this meeting right now at that place, and I'm grateful for everything that they've brought to East Montpelier. And I agree, I want to be able to walk there. So when I live on Delmont full time, I'm going down into town on foot, spending what remains of my money at Fox. I already spent most of it there. But now it'll be going, the taxes will be going to Barry City. My partner has sold her pottery there. She's a local artist as well. There's just so many ways that it's already given life to me. And I'm going to be a Barry City resident maybe for a long time. And I want them to be part of that as well. So thank you for your time.
Well, welcome to Barry. It certainly pulls you in.
You're good. There was just some feedback. You're good.
Hi, I'm Raylene Minier. I work in the city and I live in the town of Barry. I'm here tonight in support of the partnership remaining in the Wheelock building. That doesn't mean that I do not support Fox Market coming to town, because I do. I just think that, yes, we have other spaces in the city that are not occupied at the moment that should be occupied, could be occupied. For instance, the old Mingle Club down by the Kitty Corner Cafe that already was a club and probably has all kinds of renovations already done to it to suit the need. With investors, the partnership has made an offer here, and it is my hope that the council also sees the value that the partnership brings to the city with everybody that comes here for all of the events, the farmers markets, the parades, the Heritage Festival, the Christmas tree lightings, everything, the Women's Expo. They bring a lot here. And what they have brought here, they've done in just 3 years, they've done a lot. And they've done what they've done with great restriction and hurdles and roadblocks because of COVID. And what we were up against then is not what we're up against now. So I can't even imagine what they can bring. And that brings people from all over to the city to visit the city, because that's what the partnership promotes, is the entire city. They're not coming here to visit one establishment. It's people from everywhere that come here and experience each and every business that's here. And there has to be value put on that as well. And I hope
You have 5 seconds.
that can be seen. And I hope that it can also be seen that they want to make it back to history and share the space with others.
Thank you. Next
Oh,
up
sorry.
online
Yes,
is
next up online is Heather Slayton.
Heather Slayton.
That's weird. Hi, thanks. Heather Slayton, Berrytown. I would just like to say I've lived here for my entire 47 years, and as a Berrytown voter, do vote on items that come up from the Berry Partnership. But as an employee at a nonprofit who thanks you for approving our funding request, Berry City voters, I do work in the city, and I spend most of my paycheck on Main Street in businesses that are well supported by the partnership. And I would like to say that while I recognize that the city would like to fill all of its open spots, I don't see either place looking at those. I do feel like I am fully in support of the Wheelock LLC purchasing the Wheelock building. I fully support the notion of completely restoring that building to what it once was. I have grown up knowing that building my entire life and watching it fall apart. I would love to see it completely historically restored. It has been a huge bonus, both as an employee of a nonprofit and a member of the Central Vermont Chamber of Commerce, to be able to connect with the partnership in that location. And as a 12-year foster family, it has been valuable to be able to access that foster closet for the several children that have come through our house.
You have 10
location.
seconds.
Yep. I also feel like there are several locations that would be great for Fox, who I would also like to see come here, because our nonprofit has benefited from their tip jar donations as well.
Thank you, Heather. If no one else in the room would like to speak, that takes us to
Wait.
Rosemary Averill. Yep.
I can't help myself. Anyways, good evening, everybody. I want to thank both parties for their proposals, really great ideas.
I hate to do this, but would you state your name for the record?
Really? Rosemary Averill.
There we go. Thank you.
Both proposals are great. I especially was impressed with Bill's, Wheelock Houses LLC's proposal, specifically laying out the financial requirements and exactly what they're going to do to restore that building. We've had that building for a long time and have treated it with TLC. It really is almost sacred ground, and it really should be restored to its original condition. And it seems to me as though the partnership is the way to go. You do have a choice. We would love both parties in Barry, of course. I guess I would ask Fox Market, if they don't get the bid, will they still come? I hope so, because there's plenty of space and plenty of room for new, good establishments, and I'm in total support, as is my husband. So thanks.
Thank you. Next up online.
Thank you. We had Nate and Amma with their hands up, so I'm just gonna give a second for them. All right, then jumping ahead to Sarah Hellman.
Sarah Hellman.
Hello, Sarah Hellman from Barry City. I have been a resident of the greater Barry community for almost 4 decades, if you can believe it. And I am speaking tonight in support of the partnership to keep the building that they are currently in. I don't see any reason to displace them from where they have been for the last 3 years. As some previous speakers have mentioned, there are plenty of other spaces available for Fox Market, and this Wheelock building, it really is the Berry partnership, and it needs, I believe it needs to stay that way, and keep that building. I based on the presentations that we heard tonight, the Wheelock LLC has a laid out plan for funding and restoration, and has the people with the skills and knowledge to do that appropriately and thoroughly. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. If no one is up here, that takes us to
All right, next would be Stefano.
Stefano.
Stefano, there he comes.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can, and if you could state your last name.
Yes, Stefano Coppola. I'm the owner of More Spot Deli and Pearl Street Pizza. Even though it may seem counterintuitive for an owner of 2 restaurants in Berry City, especially on Main Street, to be vouching for another restaurant, I truly feel that Fox Market is a business that not only is all-inclusive and would bring everyone from the community together there, but I also feel like that they're doing the right thing as far as food and beverage goes, supporting local, our local food system, buying local, supporting local farms, local artisans. These are the local businesses that, employ our neighbors. And I truly feel that food and beverage businesses in this town, the better quality we can bring in, the more it will lift us all up that are already here. I think that we're on a really good streak of bringing in some new, fresh, vibrant businesses that support local agriculture, that support local economy. And I think the more of that we can have, the better off we'll all be. Fox Market's also a very unique business. It's going to bring people from outside of Berry to come spend their money in Berry.
You have 10 seconds.
Not only that, local taxes, local permitting, local licensing, all of this money is going to come to the city and the state through Fox Market. Every resident wants more to do here in Berry City, and Fox Market's going to give multiple events, multiple outlets.
I'm going to cut you off, Stefano, but thank you for your comments. Next up.
Any in person? All right. Next up is Joan.
Yeah, hi. My name is Joan White. I'll keep it really brief. Just to pick up on the last speaker's point, I'm a mom with 2 kids. I live in Montpelier, and we go to Fox all the time. And we also love to go to Berry. I get my kids' shoes down in Berry, and we get a lot of stuff at Women and Children First. We just love Berry, but also if Fox was there, we would be there all the time. So I do think that Fox is a great way to bring in a lot of money, and you will never meet 2 harder working people than Liv and Donnie. Like, they are working it day and night. Their business model is so solid. They've got, great food, great drinks, the market. They have multiple streams of revenue. They've really built a thriving community at Fox in East Montpelier. So I just want to say that I think it would draw a lot of outside folks into Berry, where they can kind of come and help Berry thrive as a place to be. So just couldn't love Liv and Donnie more. And I think Fox would be a great addition to downtown Berry. I know I, for one, would be there all the time. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Right.
Anyone here in the room?
Sorry.
Welcome.
Hi, my name's Paul Flood. I'm here to support the Berry Partnership and stuff for that building. Nobody's saying we don't want Fox Market come. There's so many empty spaces in Berry City. Why don't they go to one of them? It's crazy to kick somebody out that wants that building. just because somebody else wants it. There's so many empty spaces. Why don't we put somebody else in one of them other spaces? You know, I'm for them coming here and stuff, but I'm for Berry Partners staying there too. You think about it. Why kick somebody out of someplace when there's so many empty spaces in Berry, right? Think about that. Leave them there and have another spot on Main Street. There's so many empty places, that, you know.
Thank you, Mr. Flood.
Right, next on line, Larkspur. I don't know how to, I'm not going to try.
Hi, hear me okay?
Yes.
Yep.
Hi, my name is Larkspur Denty. I've worked in Barrie for a decade. I moved back here as an adult. I was born here. I've lived here for 6 years. And let's be honest, I spend most of my free off money downtown. I spend a lot of time in Espresso Bueno, a lot of time in AR Market. I patronize Morse Block and Pearl Street often, and I would love to have another shop downtown that I can give my money back to locally. And having another vibrant place in Barrie, like Fox Market, would encourage me to spend more time in the town that I live in than trying to find things to do somewhere else.
Thank you for your comments.
Mm-hmm.
Next on line would be Ryan Ward.
All right, and if you could unmute yourself.
We're here.
Hi, my name's Ryan Ward.
And I'm Kirsty Grant.
And we're speaking in support of Fox Market, purchasing the Wheelock building. We're regular patrons of Fox Market, and I think there's been a lot of discussion about why there's other places that Fox Market could go, but I don't think that's the reality of the situation. I think the Wheelock building offers a prime location for Fox with more than enough space for them to implement a sound business model that's been proven there. And I think that's really why the Wheelock building should go to Fox.
And I'll add that for folks who aren't familiar with the term third space, a lot of folks have the spot where they work, the spot where they rest, like a home or an apartment or something, and then they have a third place where they spend a lot of their additional time. And for us, Fox Market has become our third space. If we have visitors, that's where we bring them. If we're celebrating something, that's where we go. So it would be nice to be able to spend those funds in Barrie and spend more time there, because we don't really hang out in downtown Barrie all that much, unfortunately, and we would like to. And I think that's it.
Yeah.
Thank you for your comments. Anybody here in the room?
All right. Online, we had DJ, you had your hand up, so I'm just looping back to that if you'd like to speak. Vamping once, vamping twice. All right, moving on to Jesse R.
Hey there, this is Jesse Rosado from Barrie City. Do you guys hear me okay?
We can.
Yep.
You were here earlier. Now you're on.
Yeah,
there.
I'm out in the truck right now, so I'll be back in. But hey, I just want to say, listen, I want to make sure that that I say that I am supportive of the Barrie Partnership, but it just becomes so obvious to me that these folks from Fox Market are excellent community makers. They're excellent business people. And, you know, when I look at the big picture of what the city, what makes a great city, we have a lot of them here in Barrie City. We have natural beauty. We have a vibrant downtown. We got local hospitals and grocery stores and stuff like that. That's very important. We got good schools. But the other thing that really makes a powerful economic engine for a city is when you really welcome diversity and young people, vibrancy, like something's happening here. And it's so clear to me that these folks, that's what they're bringing to the table. I also really love the fact that they just said, well, yeah, we just offered what you asked. You know, I think that really speaks volumes to you know what they're trying to do. They're just, you know, they offered what we asked. Like, well, how cool is that? You know. So anyways, those are my comments. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Jesse.
Next up. Next up. Okay, I'm gonna skip. Okay, Scott Hess. Not skipping it.
Scott, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. Scott Hess,
I'm a select board person of East Montpelier, and obviously we love Fox Market, and I implore you to continue to visit Fox Market, and I'm in favor of it. I'd just like to, everybody else has been majorly in favor, or those that have been in favor. I'd like to just give just a brief history. I was on the co-op, Hunger Mountain Co-op Council for 10 years, and I was the president for the last 3 before I turned out. But I would just like to talk about the integrity and the creativeness of both Donnie and Liv, and I also served on committees with Liv, and she was a council member. And just the hardworking nature of both of them and their drive and Liv's creativeness. It was really a great loss when she left the co-op, just for the products that she brought in. And I just saw them actively working at the co-op, and just, Fox Market now. I know them when they were employees of the co-op, and it would be a great boom for Barry. But I would implore you to continue to come to Fox Market in East Montpelier. Major boom for Barry, in my opinion. So thank you. Hopefully you'll strongly consider their move.
Thank you. Next.
Next up, we have Mary's iPad. So, all right. Let's see. You should have a prompt to unmute.
Mary, are you there?
We're working on it here.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
He doesn't know he's muted.
You are still
You're
muted.
Still muted. There should be a little button. Oh, calling an assist.
Teenager.
I think that's Mary.
You hear me?
Yeah.
Thank you. Hi, this is Paul Dupre. Mary's not on her computer, and she's with me. I'm the former mayor of Barry. I was on the city council in 1984 for 10 years, and then I was the mayor for 4 years. I've seen the city of Barry go through many things over those years, and I appreciate all the work that you folks on the council are doing. I know how hard these decisions are. I do remember the kind of going through the issue with the spa building, and we were able to save that with the help of a lot of folks from the community. Barry's a very unique community. It's fought hard to maintain itself. There are a lot of old communities and that just have not been able to do that. And you go through different parts of the country and you see that. Barry has a working partnership, and that's worked very hard to make the city what it is today. The thing when I was there, there were a lot of small stores in Barry, and a lot of those folks retired, and those stores weren't able to maintain because the businesses were different. I think that we really need to continue to encourage young people to come in and start businesses in Barry. I think Fox Market is a unique business. I think that it needs, and I think the Wheelock building is a unique building. And I think their business is ideal for that type of building. So I'm supportive of the Wheelock building. And I, obviously supportive of the partnership as well, because I know how hard the work is. But I also think that we have to be careful about not having our whole downtown with nonprofits and just businesses. I do think we need to keep encouraging young entrepreneurs like the folks at Fox. So from my perspective, we've come a long ways in the city of Barry. I'm very proud of it. I'm proud of all the work we've done. And so I just want to encourage you to really think about bringing in these young folks. They've already got an established business. They've got a good plan, and the building is very unique. They have a unique business, and they're bringing something unique to Barry.
Thank you, former Mayor Dupre. And don't you miss being in the center seat? We'll have to get a beer sometime.
It was a lot of fun, but I got a lot more gray hair now, and I'm not sure it's because of that. But anyway, keep up the good work. I'm sure you'll make the best decision you can.
Next up.
Thank you. So I'm going to read a statement by someone who's having technical difficulties. They're not able to weigh in vocally, so I asked them to send it to the city account. My name is Angela Fowler. I got you. My name is Angela Fowler. I am a property owner in Berry City. I am unable to share my comments via speaker, so thank you for allowing me to share my comments via chat. I wish nothing but the best for both parties. In my opinion, Angela's opinion, the sale of this building should be about the goal to bring it back to its former glory. One bid has a tangible plan to do this. I appreciate what Fox Market would bring, but it seemed as if the explanation of their business was not the restoration being the priority. I hope to see this building restored and the Berry Partnership able to stay and continue their efforts to developing our community. Thank you again to both parties. Okay, and then after that would be Byrne Rose.
Hi, thank you. I've really been impressed by the number of people who have participated. I was blown away by 100, and I sent everybody on council an email thinking, well, this is a no-brainer. This is an easy decision. And I see all the complexities that have been brought to the table. I still encourage you to take the high bid and to go with the business that has a plan to come into town. We've argued about the historic worth of our buildings. It's not being destroyed. It's not being changed. It's not being degraded. And I think that it's a purchase. Other aspects of our community are rent, and Fox Market is willing to take it on. I hear so many fantastic things here. And I know that Tracy would work well with them, and that it's not kicking her out or the Berry Partnership out of the Wheelock building, but it's finding them a good space. Like Joellen said, we have other historic locations. And I thank you, city councilors. I would spin the bottle and get an answer that way if you need to.
Thank you, Byrne. Next up.
Kim Madalinsky.
Hi, Kim.
Hello. Hello. I'm somewhat new to the area, being involved in Berry organizations and also Fox Market in the last several years. One thing that was strikingly missing to me is in the Berry Partnership, when they are performing this extensive, thorough renovation of the existing Wheelock building, where they will actually be conducting their business. And if they can do that in another site, why that shouldn't continue. It's my understanding that they will continue to be in a renting situation, renting from this LLC, whereas Fox Market has the opportunity as a whole organization to make a purchase to support them indefinitely into the future. And I hope that will be considered.
Thank you for your comments.
Great. Next up is Renita Marshall.
Renita.
Hi, Renita Marshall, Berry City. I don't think anything I say is going to change the city council's mind. So really, this is more a comment for the people who said that they don't come to downtown yet. You've been missing out. We have an absolutely beautiful downtown, and we have lots of coffee and pastries and restaurants and adorable shops for you to see. And for those people who say that they spend their money here and then mention stores that have been closed for 2 years, you're obviously not spending all your time here. So council, I ask that you pay attention to who is giving their advice. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Renita. Next up.
Next up, we have Karen Lieberman, and Bob Osborne is the Zoom name.
Hi, we live in East Montpelier. We're half a mile from Fox Market. And I just want to echo what people have said about the role that Fox Market is playing. I'll say I was one of the East Montpelier residents who definitely didn't know the gem that was coming to our community. We've watched that spot be in several hands over the last 25 years. And I think besides being incredibly savvy business owners and visionaries, Donnie and Liv are just incredibly generous people. And I think that is what has allowed them to find their way and serve the community in this incredible way. And I just hope that Barry has a chance to experience what they're able to provide.
Thank you. And here in the room.
Hi, my name is Jake McBride. I live in Plainfield, Vermont. And Fox Market is one of those places that retains people. I think we're seeing a lot of people my age, I'm 25, we see a lot of people leave the state. My partner is from rural Vermont, and we live together in Plainfield. And to have this business within 10 minutes of our house is absolutely huge. My partner never saw himself staying in his hometown because there wasn't anything like this. And so to have this so close to us is so, so important. One of the things I love about Plainfield, when my friends who live in big cities are like, why do you live out there? I'm like, because I'm 20 minutes from Montpelier and Barry. We're this kind of center point, and I'm really, really appreciative of that.
Discuss Barry first.
Sorry. Yeah. But only alphabetical order, right?
Okay.
Yeah. And so we do, spend a lot of our time and money in those two places. But when we want to go out, to see folks, to meet, to sit down, to chat, either for business or for social needs, we usually go to Montpelier or we go to East Montpelier now to Fox Market. And so to be able to have that in Barry as well would be huge for us. So I'm in support of Fox Market. Thank you.
Online, we have Dawn.
Dawn.
Hi there. This is Dawn Magnus. I'm almost celebrating my 4-year anniversary in Vermont. I specifically chose Barry from my upbringing in rural Oregon because of the vibes and what is now clearly shown to be true of the shift here. I'm also the former assistant director of the Central Vermont Economic Development Corporation. So I just want to kind of give a little other perspective as well, that you can say that, yes, Barry Partnership's already in that building, but it's not being utilized fully, and it wouldn't be with the offices either. When you look at like a unique business, they're going to be most utilized, that whole space, I should say, by Fox Market. It's a unique business. Barry needs those. They don't need more offices on the downtown strip. Barry Partnership is extremely valuable, however, and there are ample places that they can do that and still provide all of the excellent services that they do. And kind of that's all I've got right now. Thanks.
Thank you, Dawn. Thanks for fixing up a vacant home in the city. Next up.
My name's Laura Matthew. I live in Montpelier. I'm not from Vermont, but I've been here almost 5 years now. I worked in Plainfield for the past couple years, so I drove by Fox Market twice a day, stopped in for breakfast, brought people there, brought friends there. I've been to a lot of cafes and restaurants in many cities and many small towns, and the energy and the love that is poured into every aspect of Fox Market is truly unique. And I think that for Barry to pass up the opportunity to have that in their downtown would be a mistake.
Thank you so much for speaking. Next up.
I'm going to tentatively do last call for online comment.
Last call for online comment. There's
Amy.
More. Yeah.
Hi, I'm one of those weirdos who actually comes to city council when we're not talking about flags or the Wheelock building. So I'm going to ask a broader question. Years ago in the last round of trying to figure out what to do with the Wheelock building, there was lots of talk about, the kind of 3 potential options. 2 worked out. The teen center never came to fruition and probably would have had to close because of COVID anyway. So it's certainly been this long evolving thing. I hope there will come a time when this is resolved and somehow it can move on, because there's a lot of other things the city does need to focus on.
We're working on it.
So I'm kind of wondering, a lot of what's been talked about makes me wonder where things are on the concept of a community center. And I had to drop off that task force. I just didn't have time for it. But, in the broader context, like we're talking a lot about the need for community, and there's different ways that can play out, whether that's municipally driven or within private businesses. And right now we do have both, but just an interesting thing to think about.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Amy.
And, there's also been talk about finding space for a warming shelter. We're constantly talking about housing. We're going to have 3 city buildings, the auditorium, City Hall, and the Public Works Garage that are going to be playing musical chairs with staff. I hope before we sell this building, we know we don't need it for city staff. as we get through those renovations. So just before it's even sold in the first place, and I realize that's probably, it's probably a done deal and the votes are counted, but before it leaves city hands, I think it's worth thinking about how it fits into the other initiatives. So.
Thank you for those comments, Amy.
Hi, my name is Keith Jakeman. I'm from Barrytown. I'm very fortunate to have lived in Vermont 3 months now. It's been a lifelong dream to get here. I'm weird, so
Welcome.
just we accept that. I'm also fortunate to work for a purpose-driven company that's one of the 6 largest financial institutions in this country. And our purpose drives us as a company, but we're also taught that our purpose drives us as an individual. So I look at Donnie and Liv, and I go there quite often. I was very fortunate before we did the home inspection. I had to come up here, and that's how I met them the first time. And we've been ardent supporters since then. We spend the money there. We literally, if we fall down out of our neighborhood, we're in Berry City, which is very fortunate. We've fallen in love with the city and the restaurants especially. There are some really good places here. That being said, their purpose is focused on the community. Their purpose is focused on building a safe space for everybody while building the space and the city. And I don't think that can be undersold. And I think that needs to be focused on. The partnership has its place. It's not a building, it's in the community. And that can take place anywhere, just like this business could go anywhere. But their heart as well is on this location, and it fits that block of this downtown section very, very well. And I just ask that you consider their purpose and their focus. Thank you.
Thank you. And welcome to Vermont.
And Mr. Mayor, Heather Slayton has her hand
Yeah,
up.
and
again.
Heather, I'm not going to do repeat comments. We have other business to get to tonight, so one comment per person. So, anybody else that wants to speak? All right. Last call. All right.
Thank you
Thank
all
you.
for coming. Seriously though, the mayor said it earlier, but it's whether you agree or disagree. It's 4 years ago when I started here. This just did not happen. It was the 7 of us, couple staff, and the crickets. So thank you for coming out and making your voices heard. It's very appreciated.
Looks a lot like real democracy to me.
Hey,
So-
ho, ho.
And thanks to the council had the benefit of some longer presentations at executive session, a little more detailed, but thank you to both of you, both organizations. Obviously very different, but very detailed, and seriously both, both very worthy. So I really appreciate it. I mean, for me, it's been a really bad week. But it got better tonight. I only got accused of a conflict of interest twice. So, my average is going down. But thank you. I really appreciate both of you being here.
Thanks for coming. It was great.
Thank you.
I do feel free to stay. We're not trying to.
Yeah.
We'll have at least another hour, so hey. And there's still pizza.
I'm going to do a motion. Do we have a 5-minute recess?
I think that's a good idea. Mr. Mayor, 5-minute recess.
Motion. Any objection to a 5-minute?
Oh, hey, democracy dies in darkness, people. You can just do it.
Yeah, okay. We're recessing 10.
Folks online, I'm just gonna put it in the chat.
And democracy is walking out the door.
You didn't stay for executive session, did you?
No, I was busy sorting envelopes and ballots. Huh?
Planning to shoot up St. Albans College. It doesn't sound like it.
Yeah, we're muted. We're muted. No, I mean, it's... First of all, I took 3.5 pages of notes. These got Fox Market. They have cash on hand to do 20%.
Hi.
Teddy?
Yes.
This is all there is. This is it.
Teddy?
Sorry. Yes, it's hot.
I've already gotten approved for the financing.
Yeah, no,
Teddy?
5 to 10
Carol?
just to begin, another 45,000 just for miscellaneous repairs. That includes
Teddy.
completion of the roof, adding all the inside stuff. And then the partnership said, the guy who did the partnership presentation.
You guys are not muted.
I love that this many.
The next step would be to find the money.
Teddy, you're not on mute.
Huh?
You're not muted.
Well, the thing is, I don't know why. Yeah.
So everybody just heard my comments.
Oh, well.
Yep, now you are.
There we go. Thank you. I try. You know, so many buttons, so
No,
little
now
time.
you're not.
get back to business. We'll end this recess at 9:45 in recognition of the time. Let's keep our questions and comments really topical and on point and concise and brief. The next up is the approval of the 2023-2025 strategic plan.
Mr. Mayor, before we move on to that, taking back up 8A, I'm just looking for expectation for next steps.
So I think we need to, our next step is to deliberate in executive session on the relative offers and.
And is the plan to do that tonight?
Oh, gosh, no.
Yeah, I think maybe we sit on it for 2 weeks.
I think that's fine, and the other option is we
Or a
could do a
special
special
meeting.
meeting in between, if.
I don't want to drag this thing out anymore. I want to talk about it, call some votes, and move on. So if that means a special meeting next Tuesday, I'm fine with that.
Or what about we table some other stuff here and that we don't have to act on tonight and we do the executive session?
I'm fine either way.
Okay.
So you need a paving action tonight.
Paving contract.
Fine.
I'm sorry?
Motion to approve.
This is on your 2023, 2024 paving, is that what you were referring to, Nicholas?
Yes.
Okay, I'll second that.
So there's a motion and a second. Well, we're really jumping around the agenda, but, and 8D is approval of the 2023-2024 paving bid and assign undesignated fund balance to expand the paving program. There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Is there a motion to table anything?
Yes, let's table the rest of the agenda.
So if I could just, one quick thing.
Could we do fees? I don't think fees are
Fees
any.
They were
consent.
moved to consent.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I would just ask, looking at this, if we could
Keep it F.
do 4J, which was the amendments of staff and committee appointments. We need that for Fire Chief Cushman's appointment on the LEMP, which you also approved. If we could just modify the motion to say that I will reflect the unmerging of buildings and recreation, stick recreation with the outdoor committee. I'm happy to, with council's okay, I'd like to get moving on appointments.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to approve the proposal as presented in the packet and amended tonight to separate out the recreation committee and move it over and integrate it into the other.
Cemeteries,
Yeah.
outdoor conservation.
All right. Any further discussion?
So that means that the Civic Center Committee will stay intact,
They will stay intact. They will have a new name called, they will be Buildings and Facilities Committee.
and they will need to meet as well like new committees and get a new chair?
No, because.
they'll be
Okay.
considered unchanged, yeah.
I just wanted to make sure.
Yep, that's
So that
that's
question I
perfect.
asked you.
Yep, that's perfect. They'll be able to resume meeting, and I'll make those appointments. I'll make sure council has the updated appointments list, and it'll be reflected in the website as well.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, thank you.
All right, so we got the motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, noting that Councilor Booton is out of the room.
I'll make a motion to table 8B, the approval of the strategic plan, and 8E, the date for ward barbecues.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to table those two items, approval of the strategic plan and the ward barbecues. Just as a heads up, thinking June 24th, 25th, look at your calendars. We can talk about it later. And one in each ward. All right, so motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
So those
We
are,
should do F?
Yes,
We
because
should do F.
poor Jesse sat here for 2 hours and 45 minutes.
all right, and so this is discussion of a letter to the governor regarding GMT service cuts. We're going to have a meeting, a time on the Green Mountain Transit Board agenda on April 18th. Yeah, it's whatever, that really early time, so.
7:30?
Yeah.
7:30.
Well, the meeting's at 7, right? Are we first on the agenda?
Yes, we're first on the agenda. The meeting comes to order at 7:30.
Oh, 7:30.
Yeah.
All right, so that's just for context, so, all right, and so Councilor Deering.
Essentially, we talked about forming a letter to the governor between myself, Councilor Wazazak, and Jesse Rosado. Really, essentially, we weren't able to come to terms on a letter that we felt comfortable providing the council to send to the governor. There's a lot of things that are moving with GMT. There's just a lot of moving parts that are going on. So essentially, that's what I have to report back to you guys at this stage of the game. Jesse's here as well. I'd like to speak on behalf of this matter. And Jesse's kind of really the driving force behind this particular issue.
All right. So Jesse?
Yeah, great.
To the point.
To the point. And yeah, I'll just take my few minutes. Jesse Rosado from Berry City. Listen, so it probably is best to table till afterwards. I'm not a huge fan of waiting. You know, I think it's important just to remember that we're 9.5 months in now of cuts, that we've been given the runaround on multiple occasions by these folks. And I don't think anything is any more illuminating than what we saw 2 weeks ago when Clayton Clark sat right here. He was asked a direct question. If you got one of the two drivers you're missing, or if you got both drivers, what is the plan for bringing what would come first? What would happen? Well, we haven't gotten there yet. And that really is kind of where we're at. You know, like, I mean, how do you show up in a meeting with these folks after all that's happened without a decent answer to that question? What's the plan? You know, I think that should be the question that we hammer on in the meeting with the board. What's the timeline? What's the plan? You know, like literally, like when do you expect this to come online? I don't have a lot of faith in that board. We got to remember that this is the same board that we had to storm a public comment section on because they denied our request to come in. And I don't believe in the miscommunication. I think that they were really clear about what we wanted and who was coming and all of that stuff. But I can report to you some good news. You know, I heard about this new hire that they had for the regional, and in complete Jesse fashion, I went out there and I introduced myself and I sat with him.
This is the rural coordinator?
The rural coordinator. And we had a productive meeting, you know, about what the problems are and just you know, and just trying to get this thing settled. Me and some friends made a video, a TikTok or something, I'm not sure, it's not me that's running it. And on this video, we wanted to do visual, all the visuals is like the solution. We want to tell the story of what we've been through. The visuals are all solution-based visuals, and the voiceover, the visuals, is all the problems. And the solutions are like the empty buses, the big banks of minivans that are not being used, the big crowds of people out in front of the transit center with high visibility vests, like just kind of hanging around, waiting for things to happen. And then the problems were, first, our interviews with people at bus stops, and just what's your experience with like the cuts? What are you experiencing as it's been cut? And the other part of the problem was the audio from the reports that we've received in here, where the directors and such have come and said, gosh, you know, we just can't. I mean, our hands are tied. This is real problems, you know. And so, you know, our new rural director knows what the solutions are. I was like, man, even if you put a supervisor in that minivan and help get people to doctor's appointments so you can free up a bus to get this going, you know, like that's what we really need. Is we need this to come back so our commuter bus service will make sense for the city. So I hope that we can table this discussion. I'm going to send you all the letter that I wrote. I love the letter. I absolutely love the letter. And so I think that we should walk out of that thing next on the 18th, probably having a real good sense of like what to expect. But if we're still getting the runaround, then it's absolutely imperative that we stand up for those people at those bus stops, and we be ready to just call it out and hold them accountable. You know, I understand that they're having trouble with the governor pushing back on the transportation budget. So right now they can't afford like the publicity crisis that this would stir up or whatever. So I think that it's cool to like chill until after that 18th meeting. But as soon as that 18th meeting happens, and there's nothing, and we're still in the same place, man, I think it's picket, I think it's letter to the governor, I think it's the TikTok video, I think it's whatever we got, you know what I'm saying? Because we have to stand in solidarity with these people at these bus stops. I mean, you know, the fact is the bottom line fact is that GMT made a commitment and they're not honoring the commitment. And, you know, I mean, Councilor Lozon deals with a lot of business guys. Can you imagine guys in business be like, well, it's hard, you know, we just couldn't get it done. So, I mean, we just didn't do it. You know, like, no, that's not how things work. Like, they made a commitment and there are solutions in front of them. And I'm hoping that they pick up the pace in finding those solutions and get us our bus service back. And so, anyways, those are my thoughts. Thanks.
All right, so recommendation to table and go to the meeting, see what the timeline plan is. I'm still curious about what the costs are if we were to become members and contribute to the route, and go from there. All right, motion to table?
Sure.
On the table? That means we'll have to take it back off the table, but that's okay.
Second.
Motion and a second. All those, any further discussion? And seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Guys have it. Let's skip.
I'm going to move we skip upcoming business roundtable. I'll make a
Upco-
motion to go into executive session. Motion for findings.
Second.
There's a motion for findings by Councilor Lozon, a second
Jesse,
by
thank you.
Councilor Wazazak at 9.
Point of order.
Oh, I'm sorry. Bern, I didn't see your hand up. Do you have a?
Thanks. Yeah, it's, I don't know what happened. I didn't know if you couldn't see. I just have a question. It's been gone by for the city manager. It's, oh, sorry, I see you just left. You were talking about the paving budget and that was quickly done and I think it's done with, but I wanted to know, talking about buses and paving, when is the plan to move the bus stop at Northbury Manor into, because that requires moving a crosswalk as well, and making a place for people to wait safely there. What does that look like on the agenda? Bill had told me it was on this summer's agenda. I hope it's going to be earlier, and thank you, Mr. Manager, for answering that question.
Sure. And Bern, I'll have to check with Bill and Brian on that. I'm sure it's part of they're going to coordinate with the paving if that has any impact on that section, but I don't have a specific date, but I'll follow up with you on an email after I speak with Bill and Brian. Absolutely.
Thank you. Would you like me to send you a follow-up email?
If you would,
I mean,
that'd be
just-
great. I have it. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Is there, Linda, do you have your hand raised? Oh,
Could I just comment on Burns? It's been a thing that's going to happen, the Northbury bus stop for over a year. And I think one of the things is that the person who owns the property across the street will not let anyone put a bus stop there. They won't let them do the bench or anything. So would it be helpful if the council said, sure, go ahead, negotiate and see if we can get a 99-year lease for, I don't know, 50 square feet? Because
the only design
There's actually a plan, and the plan is to move where the bus stop is. And that's in conjunction with moving one of the crosswalks. And that's a plan that Bill has all engineered and it's ready to go. And that was a result of what you were just talking about, the issues with the landlord. So it's taken care of and there is an existing plan. I just want to know when it's happening.
Yeah, that was my recollection as well. I have to touch base with Bill about the specific timing of it, but I know there was a workaround to that snag we had hit.
Okay.
But I'll follow up, Bern, with you and I'll have an update for council at the next meeting.
great. And Linda, you have your hand raised?
Yes. I have a question why you have to go into executive session to talk about this situation, because the financial parts have all been made public.
Not all aspects of those have been made public. So,
Well, then what is your reason for going into executive session exactly?
Real estate negotiation.
Yeah, to protect the city's interests so we're not adversely impacted by the negotiation process.
That doesn't make any sense. There's a selling price and there's two offers. So I don't understand what the negotiation is.
Well, there are potentially other provisions, and that premature public knowledge could place both the city and the people involved at a disadvantage. Although there's been a lot of elements that were discussed tonight, there's still some other elements that that we may wish to discuss. So,
And
and we wouldn't want to put any of the bidders at a disadvantage.
are you planning on voting on this tonight?
We may.
I think it deserves a little rest so that you can really answer some more questions for people who couldn't get online, or just let everybody kind of digest what has been said. It seems like a rush. Is there a reason to do it tonight?
Well, thank you for your comments, Linda.
Motion to go into executive.
There's a motion and a second for findings. Any discussion on that? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Is there a motion to enter executive session?
Second.
Motion, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Wait, I want to make sure that I capture, it's real estate negotiations and you're inviting the manager in.
That's correct, yeah.
Thank you.
All right, and I didn't misspeak on anything? Okay, all right.
So now you can call the question. I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Yeah. The ayes have it.
I didn't hear you vote against the findings. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay.
And council.
People going
And
home?
Is there a
council,
motion to exit executive session?
So moved.
There's a motion to exit executive session at, what is it,
10:52.
10:53?
Sure.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? The ayes have it.
Make the motion to approve the manager to enter into negotiations with Fox Market for the sale of the Wheelock building.
There's a motion and a second. Is there any discussion?
Yep, I will be voting no because I want to honor the resolution that I signed in 2014.
Hearing and seeing no other comments, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
The ayes have it, motion carries.
Motion to adjourn.
Yay, second.
There's a motion to adjourn and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Good night, all.